Okay.
After Vivek, you'll take about 5-10 minutes.
10 minutes at most. So, Uncle, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
And again.
Can everyone else hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Vivek, the CEO of Sarai, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how our platform works. Sarai is a digital platform to help companies build trusted relationships and to help you build your business. We were founded by HSBC, a bank, which was set up to facilitate international trade. We're taking that to the next level. We're trying to simplify business relationships beyond banking. We're trying to simplify trade beyond banking. We're starting with the apparel industry. We went live at the start of 2020, and we have over 1,000 companies live on the platform. What does simplifying trade mean, and how are we going to help you build relationships? We're going to do so by helping you build and amplify your digital presence. We give you the flexibility to showcase yourself, and I'll show you a little bit about how that works in practice. We help you search, find, and connect with new credible partners. We do this with using the best technology that exists today. We can leverage data from multiple sources, and we can access solutions from all over the world. The three aspects of Sarai. The first is a platform that helps you build and amplify your digital presence. You can showcase your products, your technology, your sustainability efforts, your innovations, with the flexibility to highlight what makes you unique. The distinction with Sarai and multiple social platforms that exist today is we put you in control. You own your profile, you decide what data gets shared there, and you decide who sees it. The second is a platform that helps you search, find, and connect with credible counterparties. And again, you choose the criteria. You decide what matters to you, be it geography, be it product capabilities, be it sustainability credentials, and find partners who meet your criteria. Thirdly, Sarai gives you a platform where you can stay on top of your industry. Our worlds are changing so quickly. Sarai lets you be part of a community. We give you insights. We also give you tips about what you can do to showcase yourself more credibly and what you can do to find better partners. We're a platform that's live. We're also a young platform, and we're evolving with our users. We've started integrating solutions from the leading providers across the industry to help you showcase yourself more effectively, to help buyers and sellers exchange information in a safe, simple, and secure setting. So come join us, shape how the industry is working, shape your role in the industry, and how you're perceived by partners, how you're found by partners, and how you make connections. We look forward to having you on Sarai. Hi, I'm Vivek, the CEO of Sarai, and I'm going to take
For a second, I'm sure all of you are as nervous as I was about having to watch that video and repeat. But
So we'll just be starting with the day 2 of the conference. I welcome you all, the panelists and the attendees, to the 12th edition of the conference on textiles apparel, Texcon 2020. The theme is Building India's Global Competitiveness in Textiles and Apparel. We'll be starting with the session on e-commerce and digitization of the value chain, the next growth engine for textiles and clothing sector. The panelists for the session are Mr. Vivek Ramachandran, Chief Executive Officer, HSBC Sarai Trade, Mr. Nilesh Hundekari, Partner, Consumer and Retail Practice, A.T. Kearney, Mr. Ayappan R, Head of Business, Senior Vice President, Mintra Jabong, Ms. Nikki Anthony, Business Head, Jewelry and Soft Lines, Amazon Global Selling, and Mr. Kumar Saurabh, Business Head, Lifestyle, Udaan.com. May I please request Mr. Ankur Bison, Senior Vice President, Technopack Advisors, to kindly take forward the session and moderate the session, please.
Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to be moderating this session. We have a stellar panel. For the next 1 hour, we are going to converse with the panelists on the evolving ecosystem of e-commerce, and both in B2C and B2B environment, and what it means for the apparel and textile sector. We want to talk a lot about the issues around it, but what I'm going to do is probably start with Vivek. He has a presentation to share and an exciting story about CRI, and I think from there we can get straight into a conversation with the other panelists. Over to you, Vivek, please.
Thanks very much, Ankur. Hi, everyone. So I'm Vivek Ramchandran, the CEO of CRI. I'm dialing in from Hong Kong. CRI is a platform that went live slightly over a year ago. I like the title of Building Indian Global Competitiveness in Apparel and Textiles because we are a platform to help apparel and textile manufacturers and brands connect with each other and build relationships. How businesses connect with consumers has fundamentally changed over the last decades, but how businesses connect with each other, unfortunately, hasn't. It still has stayed the way it has over the last decades. It is cumbersome, it's centralized databases, it's dependent on who you know, and it is a painful interaction process. So CRI is a global platform. We're a fully owned subsidiary of HSBC Holdings, and we went live earlier last year. As I talked, I'm originally from India. I grew up in India, but obviously I moved out a while ago and I've lived in a few different parts of the world. And when we went live with the platform, the first question I tend to ask buyers and I tend to ask people when I get their input is, which markets do you look at when you're thinking of expanding beyond China? China is still 35-40% of the global apparel supply chain. And the obvious answer is Vietnam and Bangladesh. India doesn't tend to be on top of that list. And when we talk to companies about why not India, these are the 4 common challenges that people come up with. And this is what brands, retailers, whether you're online, whether you're physical, whether you're old school, whether you're an up-and-coming brand, have expressed about India to me and to our company in multiple different forms. The first is we don't want to deal with middlemen, but we don't think we have a choice. India is just too complex a market. We don't understand the market. We don't understand the business practices. And we are forced to deal with middlemen. The second is Indian companies are, once you get to know them, once you deal with them, are quite relatively straightforward, but most companies don't have a digital presence. It's almost impossible to sift through the choices and understand who does what. Websites are appallingly poor. They don't give you enough information, and there's a fair amount of misinformation. So it's quite difficult to establish trust. And in a market with such huge variability in quality, such huge variability in credentials, India overall as a supply chain partner, as a supplier market, is viewed as a difficult market for buyers, for brands, for sourcing people to get into, for people to deal with. And so the textile and apparel industry in India has an incredible opportunity as buyers and brands look to diversify beyond China. As Vietnam reaches capacity, Bangladesh is obviously investing a lot to build their presence and their profile, but the world does require a strong Indian presence to build out the textile and apparel supply chain. In that space, what's the advice I would give Indian manufacturers? And there's 6 points which I'd put down, which I'm going to run through really quickly and then briefly introduce CRI and then hand back to Ankur to start the discussion. The first point should be quite obvious, but don't wait to be led by the buyers. We live in a world where the buyers have dictated what manufacturers should do. But that's no longer the case. Not all the brands are going to survive. You need to be thoughtful about which buyers you work with. You need to take a proactive stance as to what your value proposition is. Good quality product on time at a competitive price is a given. That is no longer a differentiator. You need a value proposition beyond your product and quality. And that could be data, that could be helping your buyer forecast trends. That could be service, that could be design, but you do need to do that. Apparel and textiles is an industry with a notoriously low digital quotient. Companies that adopt technology, companies that embrace transparency will stand out. The two common themes that cut across every brand, every retailer beyond survival is transparency and traceability. Building resilience into your supply chain, building resilience into your partners, sharing information about yourself, building your digital presence. These are not nice to haves, these are must haves. And as you think about a business to business world, as you think about global competitiveness, embracing these changes are absolutely critical. Now, that's a nice segue for me to talk about who we are, what Sarai is. Sarai is a business to business platform. The name Sarai itself comes from the old caravanserai, inns along the Silk Road where traders would stop, where they would rest. They were gateways to international trade. What we're building is the digital equivalent of the old caravanserai. It's a platform where manufacturers, suppliers can build a digital presence. The first thing I'm sure many of you would be doing as you're listening to me speak, if you want to learn more about me, would be checking out my LinkedIn profile to learn about who I am, where I've studied, where I've worked. Companies don't have a LinkedIn profile. And if companies do, it doesn't give you enough information. Sarai is aiming to become the digital identity of companies looking to build a relationship with other companies. And on that basis, they can be found and connected with brands and retailers all over the world. It was only last week I was talking to a digital brand in California who was looking to diversify their cotton suppliers. And guess what? Dealing with India was not top of that list because they don't know how to start with India. So who produces good quality cotton socks and cotton undergarments? Not clear to them. How did they really crack that market? We went live less than 12 months ago. We have over 2,200 companies. I think the video said 1,000. We're growing at quite a fast rate. There is no basic charge for companies to come on. And the nice bit about building this technology in 2020 is it's all modular. It's using an immutable ledger, so it's not quite a blockchain, but the data is safe and secure, and companies can get access to third-party data sources. At the heart of Sarai, what is it? You come on board and you build a company profile. You use this profile to showcase your products, your technology, your sustainability efforts or innovations. What makes you stand apart? Why should a buyer deal with you? You can also showcase your accreditations, your certifications, and the more information you put on there, not all of it has to be in the public domain. The key bit is you choose who sees what. You control your information, you decide who sees it and on what basis. Given the information on these profiles, we now have brands and buyers from all over the world. And what we'd like to do at some point next year is to host an event purely for India, where brands and buyers looking to connect with Indian suppliers can do so. Now, what's important is we're not a marketplace. Most companies are not buying finished product from each other. Most companies are finding strategic partners and are building strategic relationships. And that's what we help you with. We're not an e-commerce market site where you list your products and someone clicks and buys 50 t-shirts. We're a platform to help you build relationships, and that's a key difference. It's also a platform which helps you stay on top of what's happening in the industry. So how do you get your news? How do you communicate with your network? Sarai helps you an opportunity to do that. And we've started integrating with third-party solution providers. So the next time a brand wants to learn about you, they can do so on Sarai. And this is not our assessment. This would be an assessment via the Dun & Bradstreet or Coface or Euler Hermes. You can also consume digital solutions. And we are adding solutions by the day. What we've built is a gateway where you can add solutions. We've built an app store, so we've built effectively the equivalent of an operating system where third parties can add solutions and third parties can build services. These solutions are already live. We've also got a supply chain transparency solution that's being used by the leading brands in the world. So we've got many of the leading brands on the platform who are using Sarai to learn more about their supply chain partners, who they are, where they're buying from. And the brands obviously need to do this for compliance reasons. They need to do it for CSR reasons, and they need to do it because it's good business. Rather than you sending email files, PDFs, making claims on your website, Sarai can help you do that, can help you build credibility, and hopefully help you build your business. We are a global platform. We're based in Hong Kong. We've got a development team in a few different parts of the world, but we've got companies from over 22 countries. And our view is we'll build with you. So for those of you from the industry who are on the webinar listening, use this as an opportunity. Join Sarai. There is no charge to come on. Come tell us what your challenges are, what opportunities you want to capture. Building global competitiveness, by definition, requires us to look outside India. It requires us to realize that we are going to be competing with the leading apparel manufacturers in all parts of the world. And the leading apparel manufacturers in China, in Hong Kong, in Vietnam, and Bangladesh are investing a lot of time and a lot of effort to build their digital presence to make sure they stand apart from the crowd. Your competition is not in the next city in India, and it's not next door to you in India. Your competition is global. So Sarai is a platform which helps you do that. And to build a global presence, you need a global platform. So thank you to the CII for the opportunity to introduce who we are, how we've gone live. I look forward to this discussion, Ankur, and sharing more perspectives as to what's happening in the global B2B landscape and what it means for manufacturers and suppliers across India and what it means to be competitive.
Thank you very much, Vivek. I think it couldn't have been a better start to this session. To just vividly outline possibilities. And I think you've managed to do that succinctly and brilliantly. And I think it's a good time to get Nilesh in. And Nilesh, I'll pick up some key words that Vivek spoke about, and probably you can then elaborate on your experience of working with clients and how do you see that. Vivek talked about global. Vivek talked about digital and technology. And I think that's an expansive view we need to take about e-commerce in general for the sector. So it's not only about getting listed and start to sort of see customers. It means a lot more. In your experience, Nilesh, of working with clients, if you can shed some light on how B2C e-commerce and the apparel sector is evolving, and how some of these keywords that, or trends rather, Vivek spoke about, are shaping up. Your comments, please.
Yeah. Can you hear me? I had a few pages to just illustrate some of the points that I'm making.
Sure.
I had sent some pages across to.
Mr. Hundekari, should we play it from here?
Yeah, if you can, if you don't mind, just flash those pages, please.
Yeah, I'll just do it.
Thank you. Then my hands are free. So thank you, Ankur. I think it's one of the things that this industry was not particularly good at, the whole textile apparel industry, was riding the digital bandwagon. Okay, and if you look at other industries like FMCG, for example, they were way ahead on this dimension. But I think the good thing that has happened, come out of this COVID crisis, is that both on selling using digital platforms, as well as digitizing the entire textile and apparel value chain, lots of progress has actually been made. So I'll talk about two dimensions. I'll talk about e-commerce a little bit and then talk about digitization in textiles. So if you just look at e-commerce, in India, the lifestyle industry specifically, and I'm not talking about the general food and grocery and all that, this is specifically lifestyle. Online sales is still at 6%, while the industry has grown at about 35% CAGR over the last 3 years. It is still 5-6%. If you look at the graph on the right, urban would be about 9 to 10%, whereas online share of lifestyle retail in other markets like China is 30 to 35%, and everybody is like significantly above. Now, fashion, of course, is growing really fast. Flipkart, Myntra, all of them have really grown at 40%. So there's lots of good progress that has happened here, but it is still low. Okay, let's go to the next page. Now, if you see, this market again is dominated by the marketplaces. So Flipkart, Group, and Amazon actually have almost 75% of the market compared to and now you'll have AG also. So largely marketplace dominated market, which also means that brands don't have their individual brand.com presence. That's not really that significant in India. So most companies which are, even they have a significant share, it's all through the marketplaces. Now that of course has its great advantages in terms of reach, and these platforms provide you a good reach, and of course their private labels have provided access to multiple consumers. But from an individual brand point of view, it has its own challenges. Get to the next page, please. Now, if you look at this is a very interesting chart which shows how all the lifestyle players, what is their share of business from online channels, and you'll see that the average line is drawn at 6%, and you'll see some of the biggest companies, whether it is Aditya Birla Fashion Retail, Arvind, Bata, Westside, Pantaloons, Lifestyle, most of them are under the 6% mark. Okay, so the large players are really under the average. Actually, who are the companies that are significantly above? You'll have the special, almost the brands like Puma, Adidas, Forever New, global brands, and some of the new age companies are doing better than that. And of course, you have the private label shares of all the marketplaces. Those are really big. So that does mean, and some of this has caught these companies by surprise. They realize that when consumers are not going to their stores, how do they really sell? So all of these companies are now in a significant journey to upgrade their presence online. And yes, that's not easy. India has been a touch and feel market to a certain extent, but now consumers have also got used to it. So this is it's a big wake up call for almost all the large companies. Yeah, go to the next page, please. Now, if you look at just an illustrative comparison from China, when there was a SARS happened in 2002, early 2002. After that, after March 2003, the listings increased almost 3 to 5x, and the e-tailing market actually grew at 120% in the next 7-8 years. Okay, similarly, all the other emerging markets, Brazil, Russia also grew really fast. So we are hoping that this COVID will actually provide a fillip to significant growth of e-commerce for all the companies. Okay, and I think that's really happening. Go to the next page, please. And if you see individual brands, can individual brands make a big presence on their own? Yes, it is possible. It's not easy. It requires a significant amount of investment. But there are good examples of somebody like Next, for example. Not only do they sell their own products, they sell products available in nearby malls also, and doing very well, significantly profitable, 19% online PBT. The online PBT is actually higher than offline. Okay, then you have category killers like Zappos who have a 6% PBT. Then of course you have Zara, which has a 14% share from their own brand site and completely profitable. So brands which have a strong pull can actually play in the brand shop category, and they can actually make a big difference there. Of course, you need to manage the economics of that. So the discounts, the returns, the customer acquisition costs, all of those need to be managed. But it is possible for even a 50-60 crore brand completely online to actually be profitable using a completely online business. So that's on the online. I think it's a good opportunity. Let's spend a few minutes on the digitization. Let's go to the next page. Yeah, likewise, when you talk about digital tools, all brands around the globe, whether it is Levi's, Boss, H&M, all of them are talking about using technology and digitization into the core operations of their business. And it is coming from the desire to be transparent. It is coming from desire to open up to suppliers. And for example, Hugo Boss uses a lot of 3D virtualization, and they've fully digitized their collections. And they also realize the cost of going wrong is high. So bestseller, for example, they realize cost of going wrong is high. So they use platform to predict where the fashion will be. And of course, I'm aware that many of the panelists here will actually talk about it. In fact, the marketplaces have perfected this really well because they have huge amounts of data on which they can actually model this. And the most elusive part in fashion, what will sell? When you have data, you can actually predict some of those. I don't think people have got it down to a science, but it is getting there. Let's go to the next page, please. So I'm just going to talk about two things. So if you look at the entire digital, where is this digital? So you can have digital in sales and marketing, and you have digital in the manufacturing. And I'll just focus on both of those a little bit, in the next 2 pages, and that's it. Just go to the next page. So when you go to digital sales and marketing, the entire life cycle of digital sales and marketing. So from building a range to reaching out to the customers, to collection, showcasing the collection, sampling, to order finalization, production update and tracking, and to delivery. This entire life cycle, there are 3 different levers that you can use. So there's an analytics and intelligence lever you can use. There are platforms and connectivity that you can use, and there's a digital physical transformation that you can use. And you can use to transform each one of these. For example, I just talking about the AI ML powered fashion intelligence. What range will work based on data? Okay, second, even what is called as AI-based predictive lead scoring. Which customers have been searching for products like you can actually go and find out and actually then proactively approach those customers from a lead point of view. Okay, the entire B2B sales management process can be automated, managed, digitized, and made more efficient. Similarly, again, there are digital platforms for collaboration that can be created. You can create end-to-end B2B platforms. So even creating a complete virtual trade show. Trade show is like a really big thing for every apparel brand. And how do you do a trade show in a virtual world? But there are now sites that offer you the facility to create those virtual trade shows. Digital 3D sampling is now really, really popular, and people have realized how much waste and inefficiency was there in the entire sampling process. And of course, almost creating a digital showroom, creating your own store, and of course, there's 3D printing is possible for samples, digital tracing and tracking. So that's in the entire B2B sales cycle of this one, which was a very intense, travel, sample, back and forth, up and downs. A lot of that can be simplified and digitized. And I'll just spend a few minutes on manufacturing, and then I'll pause. Go to the next page, please. And similarly, in the manufacturing life cycle also, if you look at the metrics of manufacturing, whether it is productivity, the labor uptime, throughput, cost of capital efficiency, the speed, flexibility, quality, in each of them, there are possibilities to use digital technology. There are machines and looms now. They will actually, they have sensors, and you can connect them to machines and really track what those machines are doing. So real-time performance monitoring of machines, predictive maintenance. When your machines will fail, you can actually predict based on data of vibration analysis. You can use a smart energy monitoring systems. You can use RPA, robotic process automation, for basic admin operations. So there are enough of them which happen. Automated visual quality breakage inspection system. So there's some activities in textiles is still manual, where people have to physically use their eyes to spot this sort of defects. And it is not possible in jacquards and so on, but some of the simpler fabrics, it's actually possible to use a machine to spot the defects. Machine learning based production scheduling, real-time based cost transparency for custom orders. So order tracking and visibility is a big deal in textiles. Still, most companies are unable to give visibility to their customers about the status of their orders. There are sewing robots. You can use automated guided vehicles for material movement. Material movement and logistics and so on is a big waste in textiles. Then 3D printing. So, and plus using variables for connected workers, and you can help improve the productivity of work. So bunch of possibilities in digitization in the entire textile value chain, and many of our clients are talking about all of these. Very active conversations going on, very active explorations going on what can be done and how they can improve their productivity, efficiency, quality with this. Let me pause there.
Thank you very much, Nilesh, for again, some very interesting ideas and thoughts. If you can just give a final comment on how much of these ideas are seeing traction in India for everyone's benefit, or is it we're just starting, or there are some early adopters in the game as far as Indian ecosystem is concerned?
So interest is universal, and all the leading players are definitely exploring, all of them, every single one of them. Every leading player, whether it's a textile or apparel player, every single one of them is exploring both in their own ways. There are some challenges sometimes you get, because if your technologies cannot be connected to IoT, then you have an issue. But the whole bunch of things can be done. So sure. I would say almost everybody is exploring it.
Thank you, Nilesh. And here I will bring in Saurabh, and I think Saurabh represents. We're going to shift the conversation, because in Vivek's talk, and even what Nilesh talked about, it's the importance of digital and digitization in the B2B process part, where a lot of interesting trends are happening and possibilities are emerging. We're going to shift trend now, the conversation towards e-commerce and towards selling. And I'll bring in Saurabh here, because I think Nilesh made some 2-3 interesting points at the start of the slides, where he talked about the share of e-commerce sale of brands as low, which is about 6%. Now it is growing. It is a wake-up call. And he also talked about significant investments in e-commerce to scale up. Now Ulan represents an interesting idea of getting the B2B system organized, which is the sellers, the intermediaries are connected to the manufacturers, and they get access to the market. Now, if I put Nilesh's point to you and say that can you speak sort of on behalf of resellers and manufacturers of how they should be looking at e-commerce and some of these barriers of cost and activating e-commerce online How can they overcome this barrier? What has been your experience in Udaan, and how do you see things shaping up going forward?
First, I must qualify myself that it's just been under a year that I've been at Udaan, so please don't look to me. I've spent most of my life on the brand side. Professionals. So I think interesting journey. When I look at B2B, I think it's solving a couple of needs. It's solving needs for businesses that weren't particularly able to access larger markets. If you see, typically one phrase that I really like from the first presentation was, India was who you know. And if you knew somebody who could market your product, who you could retail to, who was dependable, it made a great sense to expand. I think one is able to open up a lot more businesses to a wider set of buyers. I see brands being a lot more open today. A lot of sellers are more open today to trading in different parts of the country because they have an ecosystem like Udaan, which has an NBFC as well as a transportation service built in. So I do see that there is a fairly large opportunity. Brands are far more open. They understand the reliance on a pure retail model itself is very dangerous. For example, one of the gentlemen mentioned on the previous presentation by Nilesh, Vineet, is actually working with us to create a B2B only brand. So I think there are a lot of unique propositions that are coming out where companies are finding out how much the last when it's expanded. Also hastened a little bit the entire digitization by the fact that intermediaries who exist traditionally have not been coming on as frequently as one would have thought they would. So more of the distributors and agents today are actually exiting the business than coming on. This is happening a lot more in the space when you would find typical premium brands. But right now, even with smaller brands, more marginalized brands, you're typically finding that the distributors are now not able to find economies working. So I think that speeds up the entire access for players like us. Space, everybody uniquely positioned, of course, in their own niches, but larger players like ourselves, kind of have been able to use this large space. So today in lifestyle, half customers. Now, has about 6 to 7 lakh retail stores in all shapes and sizes. That's a fairly large footprint that we've been able to, and I think it's also interesting to see that, especially with the slide that we saw, that SARS actually sped up the digital China. Much of it has been India as well. Ayapan and I were chatting just before the panel started of Myntra's own trajectory having accelerated really during this time. And of my colleagues in the other e-commerce companies are also sharing similar insights. I think it's also interesting to see that our journey itself has sped up quite a bit. We are finding that our paths has accelerated. Our path of customer acquisition has accelerated by about 30 to 50% this year, and we're finding more on the seller side. Supply chain, because supply chain got sustained. People's businesses weren't working, but because of having taken a day COVID, sent services of pharma, supply chain continues. So I think this is recognized by our sellers, and everybody I see is now making an effort to make sure that they're clued into how they can use the entire B2B platforms and the B2B revolution to expand their footprint. At the same time, it's important to recognize there are some bottlenecks. I think digitization of Bharat is not yet complete. Digitization of India is complete, but Bharat is still some way to go. And supply chain always remains a challenge in India. Transportation networks aren't still the best. Our logistics overall in India has always been a challenge compared to a country like China. So while we haven't caught up, I think these are areas which are being debottlenecked by almost every company. Myntra spent its own time debottlenecking them. Amazon has spent time debottlenecking many of these areas, and so are we today. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how the digitization of Bharat moves forward. The good bit is digitization of Bharat is not dependent upon what Udan does or what I do. It's also dependent on Myntra, Amazon, Netflix, each of our companies trying to make a unique proposition that works for either a customer or a business. Because the minute you're able to involve somebody into the digitized ecosystem, a lot of our folks, especially our sellers, don't have mobile phones that are smartphone capable, right? They don't have smartphones today. They're still on very much on feature phones. So the faster their migration to smartphones, the easier it becomes for the allied services, be it a B2C service, a B2B service, a payment gateway service, or an entertainment service or an OTT player. So in many ways, we're actually all of our faiths are enmeshed together, and that's why I always love chatting with most of our colleagues in e-commerce space and in the digitized space, because the more insights that we share, the faster we shepherd this revolution into India. So I think that's going to be a large driver, especially in this environment. I think it's going to strengthen and sharpen our core propositions. I think the stronger our core propositions of our businesses, the faster the revolution will take. And the more spread out we get, I think it will become more and more difficult. So at Udan, definitely our proposition to make sure we can deploy as many tools and services for our customers to be able to utilize their Udan system well. Much like Sarai, of course, we're also trying to connect India to India and in many ways Bharat to Bharat. A lot of our business today comes in tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, which are typically under-penetrated for most brands. And we do bottlenecking being done for brands because to these areas, they can access these small pockets of demand fairly simply. We're working with Biba, we're working with Adidas, for whom we do some amount of exclusive work. And we're, of course, in the business of creating our own brands also to make sure that there are some niches which are unfulfilled today in India. And we're connecting a lot of suppliers, a lot of factories, and in being able to cater to that demand. So in that sense, we're kind of weaving together an entire ecosystem. And while COVID has been very unfortunate from human cost angle, we've lost a lot of our fellow citizens and fellow residents of Earth in this wartime, but I think it has really changed business quite significantly this year. So I think it should be interesting to see how this kind of plays out. I'm now quite intrigued to see how China's post-SARS trajectory reflecting in many ways our own trajectory. So I look forward to seeing it, Ankur.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. I was hoping to get Nikki after this, but because you've pinned your hopes and support from Myntra, I have to get in Myntra to conclude the conversation. Some of the points that you made, I think it's an interesting context to bringing in Ayyappan, and I'll follow that up with Nikki. I think that's the heart of the message that I can pick up from Saurabh's point of view, that things are changing. Surely post-COVID, a lot of needle shifting has happened in the way industry works, and opportunities are emerging while the times are distressing. The question that I have for Ayyappan is this: that now Myntra is playing a role of a fashion influencer. It's the biggest fashion house. It's the biggest fashion label in the country per se, a retailer, a brand, you may call it. And then it is also a facilitator for resellers and for brands going forward. And in the post-COVID, a lot of conversations have shifted to online, and we were pleasantly surprised with the numbers. My question is this: that how do you see the B2C e-commerce space post-COVID shaping up in the lifestyle and apparel space? What it means for resellers and brands?
Thanks, Ankur. Firstly, thanks everyone for having me here. It's good to be part of Texcon 20, and it's a pleasure to discuss this topic and be in the company of all of you. Textile sector in the industry, I think, has greatly changed its shape and course over the past decade, and the influence of digitization has significantly impacted how we interact with the fashion industry. Myntra, which has a history of 13 years with the majority of time as an online fashion retailer, we have been working on the intersection of technology and fashion. I'll just start with probably a pointer that Vivek spoke about. I think globally, India has still not been looked at as a destination when it comes to global sourcing for apparel and textile. The reason why you would fundamentally see China becoming a formidable force, not just in apparel, across multiple categories in retail. I've been part of electronics, smartphones, furniture, home before coming into fashion. So I've seen plethora of businesses before, and I can very very confidently say that in several travel to China, the one aspect is manufacturing, which is done by the government and all of that. But the single largest element which has enabled this is also because China is a lot more consumer-led country. So it is like, yes, dependent on other countries with respect to supplying, but also the demand that they've been able to create in the last few decades has actually ensured that whatever happens globally, they've been able to actually silo themselves out. So if I just draw a parlance with India, and to your question, Ankuran, specific with respect to how B2C has been shaping, while several other businesses has seen a tremendous e-commerce penetration in 12 to 13 years. Smartphones has more than 40% penetration, electronics has more than 20% penetration. Fashion has joined the dance in the last 3 years, I would say. Starting 2015 and 2016, the penetration was not more than 1 to 2%. Today, if you look at it like Nilesh was speaking about, it's easily 6%. And 2020, the calendar year, if you look at it, the growth is something around 45%. While, fashion has not grown much in the same period. And in 2021, our forecast is close to 65 to 70%. The reason why we have this confidence is that last 3-4 months, probably I'll send some hope and confidence to this group. We are seeing a lot of tailwind in the consumerism in the last 4 months. And we thought probably it was very, very specific to festive period. But even right after Diwali, in the last 2-3 weeks, several categories have seen very new high. And when I speak to my brand counterparts across multiple businesses, whether it's men apparel, women apparel, everywhere, definitely high streets have bounced back big time. Malls are taking a little more time. 60 to 70% is the footfall that I'm hearing on malls. But tier 2, tier 3 town is a huge revelation. They have been at the forefront of actually scaling up. Even for Myntra, particularly, if you look at it, we have seen like 100% year-on-year growth, which typically we don't see that. I mean, our base is pretty high. Like Nilesh spoke about, 6% of fashion is massive. On that base, if you're growing at 100% in a segment, it's not easy at all. So that shows that a lot of first-time consumers are actually wanting to try and shop here. And especially with the kind of smartphone penetration that has happened in the last few years, this is here to stay. And like Saurabh was speaking about, right? I think it's a new age. My recommendation would be that in some shape and form, if you can get associated yourself with a brand, either you are able to create a brand of your own, or you are able to supply directly to a brand and then the brand is directly listing on an e-commerce. The two critical part that will help you in that is, one, the consumer insights that you're going to get upfront is going to be massive. You will be able to predict a lot more ahead that, okay, now this is how I need to probably backward integrate with respect to my sourcing. And if I can plan that in a much better way, it's going to help your cash cycle. It's going to help your working capital. So that's going to play a massive role. The second part, or probably in the first part itself, I'll give an example. In the last few years, for example, in the last 12 to 18 months, the core ethnic, for example, has evolved into an Indo-Western sort of article in India, right? And it has a lot of Western design elements in prints, ready-to-wear saris, pants, palazzos, and all of that. The formal menwear has started evolving into business casuals. The home pajamas that you typically see and hear has started evolving into athleisure and loungewear, right? And if you draw parlance to this, the sooner we are able to actually adapt to this, it's going to play a massive role in you actually creating that sort of being a supply hub to all these brands. Also, in parallel, if you look at it in Myntra, we have our own set of house of brands as well. So through one of our Metera as a brand, we have like over 100,000 styles of actually Liva saris, which are going live very, very soon. So Liva Sari team has done a commendable job in understanding like what consumer would actually need and it's supplying to Myntra. So very similar exercises, if you look at it at a category level that is happening, this is going to lead to a very different sort of an e-commerce penetration in fashion because we understand consumers a lot more deeply. And the common hypothesis that, hey, you know what, the price point that is bought probably in e-commerce is relatively low. Again, if you are in horizontal e-commerce, the behavior is different. But especially in a vertical e-commerce platform like Myntra, we see 40 to 50% higher ASP than what you see in horizontal e-commerce. So the moment you know that, what, this is the next big thing in the trend, and you're able to replicate and very quickly able to get the sourcing and supply done, it's going to play a massive role. So to me, 2021 is going to be a lot more different than 2020. And pre-COVID, whatever was e-commerce, it's going to be a lot more different. My prediction is like by end of 2021, this has to be nothing less than 10%. So, and consumerism coming back as well. So it's not just a shift of offline to online.
Sure, thank you. Thanks. Just one comment, if you can add some light on resellers versus manufacturers. Should they have a different view to e-commerce? What should manufacturers do to tap into this opportunity, and what should resellers do or not do? It's always a conflict, or am I reading it wrong?
See, I think the problem statement is that the manufacturers is always about scale. It's very difficult for you to get into a single piece level managing your entire value chain. So from that perspective, you definitely need a partner. Today, if you look at it, there are a lot of such in between sort of stakeholders who have come into the picture, which was not existing again 2-3 years back. Because the moment the industry size gets bigger, then you have that sort of a value chain. You get the channel as well. Because net, if you look at it, it might actually pass through 3 or 4 reseller layers to get into the consumer in an offline world. In case of online, it can be from a manufacturer to a reseller to a retailer directly. So with that aspect, my suggestion is like to start working through people who are directly listed on a retailer from a manufacturing perspective. Resellers will be looking more from the opportunities. If they can create a brand out of it, working with multiple manufacturers, that's what resellers will be looking forward to.
Thank you, Arpan. Very insightful and indeed very helpful. Nikki, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long, but I think the best is reserved for the last. The question that I want to talk about is the global cross-border e-commerce with you. And Amazon is at the forefront of influencing and directing B2C global cross-border e-commerce, which is pegged at, I think, somewhere between $600 billion to $1 trillion. And in that, apparel and lifestyle is a big segment. And we are hardly scratching the surface as far as India is concerned. Now, my question to you is that in these times where COVID is there and there is a new baseline and you're looking at new opportunities, and export is an important aspect of B2C e-commerce, your thoughts and your learnings from how this opportunity can be leveraged by the Indian MSMEs and by the Indian apparel and textile sector. And the second part of this question is, what are the hurdles that you see that we need to overcome to become a major player?
Thanks, Ankur, for the question. So I think rightly said, right, there is a very large gap that exists in terms of our global cross-border trade that currently India is. And I think multiple people have already pointed out, like China, Vietnam, other places that other businesses want to do, or source from, and India does not come under that picture. However, at Amazon Global Selling Program, we're trying to change that, and we're trying to get a more visibility and more understanding of the Indian market to the global consumers, as well as educating Indian manufacturers and exporters about what are the trends that are available online in other markets, not just across North America, but Europe and Middle East and Japan, which are also turning out to be quite emerging and strong markets for us to export into. I mean, to put something or to give some context in terms of numbers that we have, technically, I mean, and I'm saying not just the fashion and apparel, but more importantly, Indian MSMEs actually contribute to 50% of our global exports. But when it comes to having cross-border trade, that is in terms of an e-commerce cross-border trade, we are currently at less than 5% of that particular margin. So while we do good exports, possibly via offline channels, when it comes to online, we are trailing behind. And major reasons for this gap, of course, is first is the lack of awareness within the Indian exporter community and the manufacturing community. I think it's quite important, especially post-COVID, to educate or bring this awareness between the manufacturers and exporters that we have on how easy it is to actually get them started on the cross-border manufacturing and cross-border trade. In fact, luckily, I have been part of a couple of these interactions where we've been speaking with various trade organizations and councils, and getting their members and their audiences aware of the ease of business, the opportunity size that is available, the kind of support that they can get from businesses like Amazon or say the other online e-commerce sites that are available. How there are a lot of networks that are also being placed. For example, third party providers who help you with all of your tax, your audits, your logistics and shipping, etc. All of these are the major concerns that most of the businesses have. Everybody wants to know how easy is it to do business? Do I need some regulations and compliances that I have to have? And to be honest, while there are some, it's fairly easy. And when you start becoming a part of the global selling program of Amazon, most of it is taken care of you because there are systems in place and volumes of other MSMEs that have set up. The hurdles that you have to face is quite minimal because we are supporting a large number of people. So, for example, today we have about 60,000 Indian MSMEs exporting via global selling program on Amazon. And they are reaching to various parts of the world, Europe, North America being the major markets. And currently they're also expanding into Australia or Japan and Singapore, etc. Couple of things that we can do, of course, to help bring more the speed, I would say, is of course first understanding that um, online e-commerce is not just another channel of distribution of your product, but is also much more scalable, faster, cheaper method of doing business. The quicker we understand this, of course, the better we can actually scale our businesses. The second, of course, like I said, is the awareness in terms of understanding. And I think Vivek also pointed out the lack of digitization of our businesses today is a major concern. We don't have too much information that is available for other businesses and other consumers to reach out to you. So the sooner we get digitized and we ensure we are visible on platforms, it would help us get the right audience and the right consumers. The global market is quite interested in acquiring products from India from the point of view of the variety and selection that we can offer, the quality of selection that we can offer. It is just for us to go and take that opportunity and go further into it. I hope that answers your question. Uncle, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Nikki. I think this is an opportunity that is rarely talked about in public forums. Thank you for bringing it out so clearly and so optimistically for the MSME. I have just two follow-up questions. You talked about lack of awareness as one key hurdle that we need to overcome, and then you talked about digitization of the businesses. Now, what digitization Vivek has talked about and even Nilesh has talked about. But in terms of lack of awareness, what is it that the industry can do or associations such as CII can do or individuals can do to increase this awareness about this opportunity?
So mainly one, of course, is having forums like this where we actually bring to the table to manufacturers and exporters the reality of what the world is about. At Amazon, we do a lot of these online sessions, and especially today because we've all come on a work from home situation. We are trying to spend as much time as possible with various organizations and helping them understand how easy it is to do business. We, of course, as much as possible, share insights in terms of the global trends that are available. What is it that, and I think I can also brought that out, in terms of how is the markets changing. What was yesterday called track pants today is called loungewear. And it is just about adapting and adopting quickly to these changes and trends that we have. And we try our best to do with our communities to educate them of these changes, give them insights into the seasonalities, various marketplace insights in terms of what's different in EU, what is different in North America when you're selling into this. Industry, of course, it's about having more of these forums and opportunities for exporters to interact with businesses like us so that, set up those gaps. We also work with a lot of the public policy teams and the government of India to ensure that there is more awareness with the market. For example, we release an export digest, which is working with the Ministry of Exports and the MSMEs to educate and make available to people, forums where they can connect with us and have interactions with us.
Thank you. And I think Nilesh has proposed a very important and relevant question. I think that question is both to Nikki and Ayapan. The point that you made, Nikki, and probably I'll just continue that conversation with you and bring in Ayapan later as well. And Nilesh has cited that it is Tmall as an enabler of global e-commerce or as an enabler of e-commerce for small brands in China provides a lot of deep level analytics that arms, so to say, the small players, the MSMEs, about trends, about markets, about predicting fashion and offering products. What is it that Amazon is doing to support that? And probably later, Ayapan, you can also talk a little bit about how the Flipkart ecosystem, largest ecosystem, and Myntra is helping on the aspect of data, on the aspect of customer insights and analytics.
Also, the brand stores. How can we help small brands to use this? Because I think and Nikki talked about it. Exporters sometimes have the back end; they don't have the front end. And if they get an online store which they can really set up easily and quickly, it can be a big boost to their business.
That's right.
Correct. So in fact, most of our on Amazon, what we see is, of course, manufacturers and exporters setting up their own brands. While they may have offline exports and they may have other brands that they are supplying, I mean, other sub brands to whom they supply to, setting up their own brand on Amazon is quite easy. There are a lot of insights that are available once on board in terms of the trends that are available, what kind of demand exists on online platforms. Some of them have their online and offline presence also to other channels, which gives them deep insights into what is the consumer wanting today, which market, what is the seasonality, what are the trends in future, what can they expect, say, and depending on various programs that you're a part of within Amazon, you will have these data and analysis that is made available to you at frequent intervals so that you are able to plan your business better.
Ayapan, you want to add on to what Nikki has said, context from Myntra?
Yeah, good. Like to Nilesh's point, I think Tmall has been a pioneer in what they've been doing. That it's like a global mall where anybody can go and set up a store, and you get all the data and the details that are required to build this from the scratch, and the brand gets immense insights. We have definitely taken a leaf out of that. And if you look at it today, we are launching like another 2 to 3 weeks. It's the right time to get this question. We are launching a framework through which we are planning to give the insights to the level of which market, what's the kind of the trend is happening, what price point is selling, what's the kind of color that's actually going to sell, which brand is seeing what kind of traffic conversion to every single metric. If you look at it, what's the insight that we can provide so that the brands can actually use that and ensure that they can actually plan their manufacturing cycle as part of that. So definitely, still, I would say in India, it's very nascent, but every e-commerce platform is setting up their own data network and insight to ensure this scales up and becomes a lot more useful for the consumers.
Sure.
Thank you very much. That is great news.
Yeah, thanks. Now, the floor is open for questions. I would request the audience to just put their questions in the chat panel, and I'll be happy to take it up with the panelists if you can identify. And while if at all any questions come up, I'll narrate that and I'll ask that. But in the meantime, any closing thoughts, Vivek, you would like to offer in terms of what you've seen when you're sitting in Hong Kong, interacting, seeing both sides of the world? And probably, Saurabh, you would like to offer any closing remarks, which probably I've not asked, and you have some thoughts on that.
So 3 points I'd make in kind of closing, and I guess linking back to some of the comments that Saurabh, Ayapan, Nilesh, and Nikki have made, which is there's no doubt about the fact that our world has changed due to COVID. Right? And specifically, 3 things have changed. From a manufacturer perspective, you have to be willing to fulfill smaller orders. So modular manufacturing, modular lines, you don't need to rely on a reseller, right? Because all you're doing is giving up margin. So manufacturers need to adapt with smaller orders and have more modular manufacturing facilities. The second is, irrespective vaccine or no vaccine, we're not going to go back to a world where we jump on planes at short notice. So how buyers interact with manufacturers, how you sample test, how you walk the factory floors, that is going to fundamentally have to change. So building that digital alternative to a physical interaction is a must-have and will set you apart for decades to come. Because I don't see us going back to a world of physical interaction anytime soon. And the third is many of the large players are not going to make it. Now, in a market like India, where the penetration and online penetration is so small, it's very different. When you think about the global brands and what's happening, what COVID has exposed is fundamental flaws in business models, where private equity firms have been taking out a lot of equity, so you're PBT positive but EBITDA negative. And that economic model, so you're going to have new players coming up, there's going to be gaps in the market, which I think you need to keep your eyes open to capture. So I don't think COVID's not a short-term phenomena. It's not just accelerated trends. It's fundamentally changed the way in which companies interact with each other. And so building a digital presence, showcasing yourself digitally, sharing data much more actively, those are things which will set apart companies in decades to come. So that would be, I think, what I'd kind of tease out as some of the points which the other panelists have touched upon to tie up. And in terms of where participants in other parts of the world are really investing time and resources to get right.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is from Mr. Ashok Girdhar. Going forward, what we predict for Jan-March quarter for textile production for preparation for retailing. And another question, which is a brutally sort of honest question, is how long will it take for a brand to achieve a 50 crore and 100 crore sale through an online channel? Ayyappan, you want to talk about the 50-100 crore mystery, and Saurabh, probably you want to take up the textile production forecasts.
Yeah, I'll try to connect the two questions and answer. Today, I will tell you the single largest issue on, at least on our platform, and I can speak for Flipkart as well here. Between Flipkart and Myntra, the single largest issue that we are facing is supply. So the stocks are run out because people, I think everyone rightly so took a call to actually reduce the manufacturing, because especially winter, nobody did not want to take a call because people will not venture out. So why would winter consumption be there? Winter where we are seeing like close to 70 to 80%, and the days on hand, ideally we maintain something around like 90 to 100 days. We are sitting at 45 days of stock. This is like unheard of. I have never seen this kind of situation ever before in e-commerce, and very few brands have actually planned for that. So yes, I think sitting now and here, I don't know how much we'll be able to transition that out, but definitely a learning for the next winter season is that definitely plan for it, in spite of whether COVID is here or not. The winter season is going to be here, and plan for all your supplies. It's the things are looking good. With respect to hitting a 50 crore or 100 crore, we have seen brands doing that even within a year. So it's about hitting the right price point, and even you can do it at a full price itself, even without discounting. So if you're able to understand the right trend and launch at the right price, you'll be able to do it even within a year. But on an average, we see 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. On such positive note, I would like to, we've just ran out of time. I wish there was half an hour more to sort of have closing comments, but we just don't have time. Thank you so much. On that positive note, I'd like to close this session. Digital e-commerce, new reality that we need to keep ready to. We are not going back to the old world. Traceability, transparency, and global e-commerce. These are some interesting points that have been identified. The new way of doing business, old ways will not survive, and therefore there are opportunities in this uncertainty of period that we are going through currently. Thank you, panelists. It was such a pleasure talking to you all, and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ankur.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Great job.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you everyone for being with us. Thank you to the panelists. We will now shortly be starting with the second panel discussion for the day, building regional cooperation for One Asia. We're just waiting for some of the panelists to join, and then we'll be starting, please.
CII. I am Abdul Matlub Ahmed. Am I audible out there?
Yes, you are, sir. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting with a panel discussion on building regional cooperation for One Asia. The session will be chaired by Mr. T. Rajkumar, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Textiles Industry. On the panel, we have Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Chairman, Texprosil, the Cotton Textiles Export Promotion Council. Mr. Raja M. Shanmugam, President, Tirupur Exporters Association. Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed, President, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you for joining us, sir. And Mr. Faisal Samad, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association. May I request Mr. T. Rajkumar to kindly take forward the session proceedings, please.
Dr. Shaktivel, Chairman AEPC, Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Chairman Texprosil, Mr. Raj Mugam, President Tirupur Exporter, Mr. Abdul Matul Ahmed, President India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Mohammed Siddiqur Rahman, Vice President Federation of Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend for organizing the 12th edition of Texcon and welcome the audience participating in the session on building regional cooperation for One Asia in this virtual conference. I am delighted to moderate this panel of distinguished speakers who will share their views on a very topical subject on regional cooperation. Textile is among the most globalized industry in the world. Global trade in textile and clothing was around 800 billion in US dollars in 2019 and ranked among the top 5 product categories of merchandise exports. Asia accounts for 2/3 of global trade in textile and clothing, whereas over 85% of production capacity is installed in Asia. Interestingly, developing Asia is also becoming a major sector for textiles as the demand of the world is saturated. Textile is among the global value chains like automobiles and is characterized by a highly fragmented supply chain. This reality all to a outbreak of COVID-19. India's yarn export collapsed and garment factories Sri Lanka down due to supply of other inputs. This interdependence exposes the risks of disruption, but also presents an cooperation between two sides. There are 3 major emerging hubs for Asia. One is obviously China, which has the largest integrated base. Then is ASEAN, with Indonesia and Vietnam being 2 players in the region. We have witnessed some consolidation of the capital-intensive primary textile industry from fiber to fabric manufacturing and the decentralization of labor-intensive secondary industry, that is garment manufacturing, within these 3 hubs. Therefore, clear that there is tremendous scope for leveraging the regional synergies. There are three components that will have to be harmonized to promote regional cooperation within Asia, and tariff, rules of origin, and streamlining of logistics. It will be made to review this cooperation only from our own perspective. As well, we will have to take into account the geopolitical realities and emerging and sometimes competing trade. These do not have easy answers. Notwithstanding the challenges, I am confident that dynamics of globalization and the influence of international will lead to a national evaluation and further integration of the textile industry across. Gentlemen, it's my pleasure to moderate today's session, and now I invite the learned panelists to roll out the discussions, please. Thank you. Dr. A. Shaktivel, Chairman, Apparel Export Promotion Council, please.
Sir, he's unable to join right now due to some emergency. So maybe we can start with Dr. K.V. Srinivasan.
Sure. Invite Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Chairman, Textiles Council of India, to start the please.
Thank you, Mr. Rajkumar, and I thank Citi for CII for inviting me to today's seminar, Texcon. I think Asia is becoming a very important geography in the textile world, map of the world. The economy of many countries in the Asian region, including those of its sub-regions like ASEAN, South Asia, and the Northeast Asian regions, comprising of Korea and Japan. These sectors together form a formidable textile manufacturing hub in the world. Originally, when the multi-fiber agreement was in place in the 1960s to 1990s, Southeast Asian region dominated textile trade from Asia. After the 1990s and into the 2000s, South Asia became an important player in the textiles and clothing sector. Today, the Asian region, comprising of all these regions, accounts for almost 67% of the world's exports. This was in 2019. As far as South Asia is concerned, the intra-South Asian trade is only 5.5% of the total exports by India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka to the world. Out of the total US textile and clothing imports, 75% of imports were from the Asian region, including all parts of Asia. And similarly, from Europe, around 80% of textile imports into Europe were from the Asian region. Therefore, it's very clear that Asia, comprising of Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia, these three segments are going to be the major textile manufacturing hub in the world going forward. International trade is increasingly shaped by existence of value chains regionally and globally. Realizing the potential for creating regional value chains to further integrate with the existing industrial structure based on comparative advantages offered by each country in South Asia becomes very important. SAFTA, which was a South Asian Free Trade Agreement, has not been very successful in capturing the regional value of the change. There is need to harness goods and services produced by various countries in this region. Further, as far as inter-Asian trade agreements are concerned, India has signed individual FTAs with Japan and Korea. Although India has been able to extend its fabric exports to Korea under the India-Korean CEPA agreement, the same cannot be said of Japan. As far as Japan is concerned, even though tariffs for textiles are zero, the issues concerning Indian exports to Japan are different. Consistent and persistent efforts need to be made to build up the confidence of the Japanese importers as they adhere to very high quality standards. Recently, there has been a lot of issue about India's merits in resisting or demerits in resisting the RCEP, mainly driven by failures of Chinese imports. It's difficult to sign and ratify a trade agreement where the trade balance is not improving with the countries that are part of the deal. Ratifying the RCEP would have exposed Indian traders and manufacturers to a lot of Chinese imports. So here a nuanced approach needs to be developed so that India does not lose out on opportunities arising of deepening and strengthening trade relationships. Within the South Asian region, there has been a lot of cooperation with countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. India has signed a lot of new agreements. Recently, there was a lot of textile ministry initiated a discussion with Bangladesh to have transport across waterways, and hopefully with all these new dialogues and discussions taking place, we hope that trade between Bangladesh, India and Sri Lanka will increase significantly in the future. Logistics and smooth connectivity. This is an important area, and here India and Bangladesh have made a significant breakthrough with the inland waterway route being currently explored to enhance the trade between the countries. We also need to develop cross-border infrastructure, especially with Myanmar and also with Bangladesh, and this would also help in increasing trade with Myanmar, which is now a textile manufacturing center. Apart from this, in India, we need to have some improvement in our logistics. The Indian port hub operations need to improve to the same level as Sri Lanka. This is something that we should work on. All these synergies are developed within in South Asia, and then in the larger context with other Asian countries, I'm sure we can look at increasing our trade significantly going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I M. Shanmugam, President of Tirupur Exporter Association, please.
Very good afternoon to Chairman and Moderator today's event, Moderator, and Sri K.V. Srinivasan sir, who has given a very panoramic data about the global trade and particularly about the textile and the regional necessity for cooperation. My suggestion is that yes, as we couldn't sign the RDCP because of a lot of hiccups. My suggestion is that first and foremost, we have to line up with the bordering nations of India, like Bangladesh, Myanmar, even Sri Lanka. So this regional cooperation is very much required because this industry, as far as the mankind is concerned, as long as mankind lives on earth, the demand grows only for these products. Because now more number of the conceptual changes are happening, and that way the number of events are growing, and based on the events, the clothing concepts also it's growing. So this industry has an ever-growing tag. So as a regional partner players, we need not worry about the others' growth because everyone has huge prospects to grow with this industry. And as it has been told, that this Asian region only caters to the maximum portion to the entire globe, portion of the globe, because as far as these products are concerned. So here actually we need to have a synergizing concepts to grow along with our cooperation. So whatever the best could be shared between the competitors only, and I think then that aspect, if Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and India joins together, even we can rope in Vietnam also. So the best practices could be exchanged, and we can have more frequent interaction between the players. What best we can improvise on a mutual understanding basis. If that has been propped up and that has been pampered, I think we can excel among within the Asian competition. Our region can have an excellent position to be attained, and with that we can join with the giant China also in the later stage to grow the entire Asian region as as a one Asia as well as one sourcing destination for the entire world, for the world's garment requirements on all aspects. So this is my submission, and I thank CAA and the chairman for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Thank you. I now kindly request Mr. President in Chamber of Commerce and Industry, please.
Thank you, CII, giving me the opportunity. I'm joining from Dubai. I'm on a holiday here. But all CII programs are very important to me, especially when India-Bangladesh interest comes in. Thank you very much. Today's program is on the largest and most interesting subject of Bangladesh, which is the textile sector. Although Bangladesh lacks raw materials, technology, machine, but yet Bangladesh is world's #2 supplier of ready-made garments. But on the other hand, if we look at India, India is well ahead of Bangladesh in terms of supplies of machinery, technology, even production of the finished textiles. But when it comes to the finished products of raw material of ready-made garments, Bangladesh has crossed India long back. But today, if you look at the world scenario, China is the largest supplier of RMG to the world, by far larger than any of us. But we have seen in the past, India-Bangladesh is cooperating in the sense that India supplies the raw materials and we convert and export it out. India came up with open arms and have allowed Bangladesh to come into India with their finished products into India. But yet we can find that we have barely crossed $1 billion to export to India totally, out of which sizable is RMG. So now time has come to take up a project which can combine India and Bangladesh's effort to ensure that jointly we command the world market. In exports is always a competition. We have to decide compete with whom. If India and Bangladesh competes like what we did in the software, we lost. We never gained. Whereas India, Bangladesh president and as ex-president of the Federation of Chamber of Commerce of Bangladesh, I had taken many delegations to India from Bangladesh and welcomed many delegations from India to Bangladesh in order to ensure and see the future that it is through cooperation and not competition that both can gain. COVID has actually, fast-tracked this idea. When we can see many countries in the world is not very happy with China. Even India, recent role with China, we can see some political tension has built up. This is a very good time, and I thank CII for this, to make both the nations join hands together. I can see that with India's huge raw material source and technology and capital, they can utilize Bangladesh, jointly produce the raw materials, produce the finished products, export to India duty-free, export to 39 countries of the world duty-free. And they can use all the Indian raw materials using the Bangladesh capacity. Yes, there are many Indian companies now operating in Bangladesh, and it is expanding. But we need to move much faster because of the COVID-19. Because time is of the biggest essence in RMG. Our government has been very progressive in supporting the RMG sector. And even though if we import other products, we need time. For the garments, everything is cleared in 4 hours' time. And every facility to make it move fast has been done by the government. But now we need partners from India. We need India to take up this advantage that Bangladesh has created in the world. With your technology, with your large investors, with your people there, Bangladesh and India can jointly produce the textile, finish the RMG, and overtake China in the world. This is a unique chance for both the nations. The business people should come together. I would recommend CII to make a program joining the two segments, the textile segments of India and the R&D segments of Bangladesh, to come to one forum and see how we can have the value chain done in such a way that both the countries can gain, and not only gain for each other, but also gain the world market. I once again would like to congratulate the organizers of today's program, and I feel that time has come for both the nations to look not only for their own country, but beyond, look for cooperation and not competition, and look towards a future where jointly we can be the #1 supplier of RMG in the world. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rajkumar, we can kindly go on to the next speaker, please.
I kindly request Mr. Mohammed Siddiqur Rahman, Vice President, Federation of Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, please.
Sir, he's not with us today. We will now be, could you invite Mr. Faisal Samad, please?
Oh, the question, madam?
No, sir. We will invite Mr. Faisal Samad, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association, to kindly give his address, please.
Now, invite Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hello. Is it clear? Hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
I'm audible. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all the participants in today's webinar, and thank you CII for organizing this. My name is Faisal Samad. I'm the Senior Vice President of the Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association. This, this is a great initiative. I can start in different directions as I heard a few of our participants talk in sort of in unison, and what I could understand from one point was what Matlub Bhai had said, is that formation of a bonding between all of ourselves who are working in this region. So on that sort of note, I would like to first place forth the, that our have had several nature over the year. What I believe Matlub represents also a chamber and a very prominent businessman of our country, is that we need to see a financial business vision here. Because which country is politically motivated in what, I don't think it's ours to sort of play for. I think that if we have a financial vision, which is the core sort of a basis of this webinar, I think that is what will bring all of us together, because we are all our businessmen, and our vision is how to enhance our business. I'd like to share a few statistics which will show the gap in this. And I'm not talking Bangladesh. I'm not talking that, what Bangladesh can achieve only, but I think globally and in the region, how we can benefit and where we are on a number basis is what I'd like to sort of share to start my brief, my brief presentation here. Bangladesh imports of textile from the world in 2018-2019 was roughly 10.9 billion, of which 7.4 billion US dollar was from Asia alone. Bangladesh's apparel export to South and Southeast Asia was only $1.37 billion, whereas in the world, to the rest of the world, we're exporting roughly about $34 to $36 billion. Within the South and Southeast Asia, apparel export to the world is about $250 billion, which is 53.19% of global clothing export. However, in South and Southeast Asian region, the imports of textile and related articles from the world were $90 billion in 2019. Out of these, 49 billion was from Asian countries. So already we are working. My point to share these statistics is already the region is working. I wouldn't say it's working because businessmen are requiring this to work. So again, as I started, what is our our countries, whether it's India, whether other Bangladesh or other regional position may be politically, we as businessmen have to decide that yes, this is our roadmap, this is how we want to go, and based on that, I think then we can make it happen like we are making it happen without actually having a of any sorts in most cases, I'm saying. So this is why it's important that after this webinar that the organizers pull together a roadmap on how we can go forward. So with this roadmap, we should identify what our strengths are, and the strength being, as Mr. Matlub also said earlier, that Bangladesh has reached a pinnacle in RMG industry. Even on the textile side, we have expanded. However, as far as value addition is concerned, as far as product is concerned, as far as not only RMG but other areas are concerned, there is a huge a gap in the market for meeting of sort of business where a sharing of ideas is required. So maybe CII could help to facilitate this. I'm going to sort of conclude my position with a few suggestions, and the suggestions are the following: that I think that, as Mr. Matlub also said, I think joint ventures would be advantages for both. I think we as Bangladesh, we know what our people's strength are, where our resource strength are, and if we have India or other regional partners join us in sort of evaluating those and formulating us, I think that would be something worth for all the whole region as a whole. So joint ventures. FDI, of course, India or other regions, there's already FDIs across Asia anyhow. China as well as made huge FDIs in Bangladesh, but it's again, there's opportunities. Our honorable Prime Minister has provided there's private economic zones coming up, there's government economic zones coming up, and our honorable Prime Minister is her vision to take Bangladesh into the 21st century in a far industrialized Bangladesh, digitized Bangladesh. and we are actually on the track. So but this track needs also ideas, needs also the advancement of technologies to be brought in. So I think the region can help us to evolve as well, through FDIs. From a purely RMG, that is the ready-made garment sector, design is a big design innovation is a big factor. I think our languages, at least for India, is common. So in at least in certain parts of India, so it's easier to do research and innovation on fabric, on products which could synergize between our countries, our region. And last of all is actually building global brands. I think that we have the expertise as Bangladesh to sew garments. You, as in the region, has world renowned designers, and Bangladesh is even growing in the design front now. So I think that if there's a collaboration in these areas where we could actually, regionally global brands can be promoted, regionally global brands can be sort of marketed, I think we will all create a win-win situation to advance our countries as nations, independent nations, however united nations, for economic development into the next century. Thank you all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and and look forward to the next step based on today's interactions. Thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal Samad. I now request the panelists to have a discussion among themselves. In fact, Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Chairman of Texprosil, spoke about tariff, cooperation, etc. And Tirupur Exporters Association President, Mr. Raja M. Shanmugam, spoke about regional partnership, synergy and concepts, and the best practices in the industry. And Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed, President of the Indian Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, spoke about the India's advantages, Bangladesh advantages, how India and Bangladesh can work together, the cooperation, etc. And in fact, Mr. Faisal Samad spoke about the joint ventures, and he also spoke about the global trade. He also spoke about the contribution of Southeast Asia and the Asia's apparel exports to the world, and he also spoke about the synergies and cooperation. Friends, at the outset, let me tell you, Government of India, Ministry and the Ministry of Textiles, and the Honorable Textile Minister Srimati Smriti Irani ji, and our beloved Secretary Shri Ravi Kapoor ji, headed by them, the entire Textile Ministry is working towards the concepts what you all spoke. They are really working for the joint ventures, and it could mutually benefit India and Bangladesh because culturally, geographically, we are near. The products can go from India, it can get finished over there. Large factories can come into India. The Government of India is working on plug and play in a very big way with large textile parks for apparel, specialized parks for apparel, and many other things have been happening in the recent past, including a lot of ventures in technical textiles too. So friends, this is a very, very opportune time, and the Ministry of Textiles is giving a lot of impetus for cooperation. And I will also like to tell my Bangladesh friends, there have been a lot of hue and cry from the textile industry, but as far as the Bangladesh and India's cooperation and the agreement signed has been followed in mind and spirit. So it will be a very big win-win situation for both the sides if we come together and work together. Now, I invite all the panelists to have discussions among themselves. If anybody could have some suggestions which can be put forward to the panelists, and from the other side too, I invite Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed and Mr. Faisal Samad to have a discussion among the panelists, please. So I now request the panelists to have discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajkumar. I think that was a very interesting discussion we all had. As Mr. Shanmugam pointed out, and then later Mr. Abdul Ahmad and Mr. Faisal have said, I think there's a tremendous scope for interaction and cooperation between India and Bangladesh as far as textiles is concerned. India has certain strengths, Bangladesh has certain strengths, and these two can be harnessed together, right from raw material to finished products. I think we can control, I mean, we can get a very large share of the global textile trade. In order to go forward on this, I think a lot of meetings and interactions are required between the various trade associations in our two countries. The government has also been both the governments have been very interested in increasing cooperation in textiles. In fact, as our textile secretary, Mr. Ravi Kapoor, was one of the people who was very involved in inland waterways between the two countries. So I think there is a lot of scope for interaction, and I think organizations like CII could probably facilitate improving interaction between textile trade in these two countries for the benefit of the entire industry in Bangladesh and in India. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed, please go ahead, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I kindly request all the panelists that who are speaking to put their mics on mute, please.
All right,
Yes,
can you
sir.
hear me now?
Please proceed.
Okay, then thank you very much. Today's program is very vital for Bangladesh because we are growing in the R&D sector, but you can see the growth is stunted now. We cannot grow more unless we have some partners in the backward linkage and the forward linkage areas. This is where India comes in. India has been there much earlier than Bangladesh. But India somehow, when we went for visits to Indian industries, we found that the industries are not as large garments industries as Bangladesh. In one of these garments industries in Bangladesh, they employ 15,000, 20,000, even more people. And the process of production in these garments industries is huge. And the Bangladeshi entrepreneurs have got a very good experience in large-scale manufacturing of garments. So what I'm suggesting that CII could organize, say, $500 million investments in India of the Bangladeshi people who would like to invest in R&D in India. And then you could have Paschim Bangla or Gujarat or South India, or even Northeast, where there is a good educated people. Almost no big garments industries are out there. And as you know, Bangladesh on all sides, or especially on the eastern side and northern side, is Northeast India, where we can also easily expand. And there are a lot of facilities in the Northeast India where they even give you back 1/3 of your investments. So this is one area where Bangladeshis could come over to India, and then CII could organize a program where the investors from Bangladesh could go into India and have a new start. Because we have so many garments industries, only the biggest ones are making money because these are now economies of scale. The smaller ones who used to do subcontracts and others, they're still struggling nowadays. Therefore, they're the ones who would be willing to go with their experience and their machine and maybe some capital over to India. And as you rightly said, the plug-in situation that is being created in almost all states of India, we have a lot of choice to move in. And therefore, the same expertise can grow the R&D markets for at least the domestic part of India, if not exports. On the other hand, Bangladesh imports man-made textiles, huge. Now, India has the technology, and India has plants outside India as well in man-made fiber. Time has come for India to look into Bangladesh, join hands with these garments industries, entrepreneurs, and have joint venture industries in large scale man-made fiber and other specialized textile industries, and then convert that into RMGs and then export. So the value added will be huge, and it could be shared between India and Bangladesh. And because we are in partnership with Tata Motors for last 35 years, we are in partnership with Hero Motors for last seven years. We have found that joining hands with Indian large entrepreneurs is beneficial for both the countries and both the companies. And we have had very good experiences with the Indian entrepreneurs. So I would suggest to CII to organize also an investment program in Bangladesh, whereby the Indian large suppliers of machineries and Indian investors who have man-made textiles and even other textiles and specialized textiles to place themselves in Bangladesh. And as we have just heard from Faisal, that the government of Bangladesh has established a lot of special economic zone. India has herself 2 economic zones to India, where you could also place it, and almost everything is free there. And as you know, from Bangladesh to India, it is duty free. So as a result, you can easily capitalize and increase your own profits in India by investing together in Bangladesh. And we have been having these experiences with the other types of industries that we are in. And I would like to CII to actually talk to both the sides and find out some time and give a specific programs on both the sides, trying to take these ideas, and as Faisal had put it in, that you should have some game plan, timeline, roadmap, whatever you call it, to actually implement some of these ideas which we have been talking about for the last 2-3 years. So this is where I would like to tell you that it's the right moment now. COVID-19 has pushed us there. You can see the transportation through Paschim Bangla is hugely difficult now. A lot of time elements are now being lost because of the COVID-19 movement restrictions. And therefore, it's a time now for us to invest in each other, try to save those times and increase the volume of trade and business, and be jointly the leaders in the R&D sector in the world, by far crossing China very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Now, I kindly invite Raja Shanmugam, Raja M. Shanmugam, President of Tirupur Export Association.
It's well said by Mr. Abdul Matlab Ahmed, because a lot of regional cooperation has to be mooted and it has to be sustained. For which what I suggest is that CA, along with Ministry of Textile, can play an anchoring role by creating a coordination committee which can have the regional cooperation on interaction and frequent visits mutually if possible. And since it's a design-driven industry, the techniques and methodologies need to be updated swiftly. So then only we can sustain the growth perpetually. Otherwise, we would be outdated. So in that also we should have a continuous and constant interaction and exchange of expertise between this regional players. So for which I wish that CII along with Ministry of Textile can play an anchoring role by bringing this factor into reality. Thanks.
I thank you, Raja and Shanmugam. I request Mr. Faisal Samad, please.
Thank you very much. I will be specific because I think that long-term visions and long-term goals and about joint ventures and what I spoke earlier, and Matlub Bhai has said the same. I think that's on a bigger scale of things, and that will take a lot of time as well as a roadmap to get there. I think that as we discussed, we have the Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh has provided the economic zones and is providing even private economic zones, and in India, I'm sure it's the same. So I would be specific in my suggestion, and this may be more sort of small scale, but it could be a start of from today's this well organized webinar. My suggestion is design and research center. I think that a gentleman earlier who had spoken about a committee. Committees, of course, can be formed, but I think that if we keep my goal is design and research. Bangladesh has fashion institutes now, and of course, India is leading in NIFT and these kind of institutions. We have lots of NIFT graduates in Bangladesh who are working in the industry. So if we can start with design and research, exchange of knowledge on the fabrications of what Bangladesh is producing on the fabric side, on the RMG side, what India, of course, is producing on the fabric side, on the RMG side, and then creating a synergy here to, as I said earlier, to create a joint global brand, whether it's possible or not, and having that brand have access to both India and Bangladesh. So we factories where the larger scale factories are getting advantage of some economies of scale. I can't really tell you we're all making money or not, but certainly we're trying. But however, the smaller medium industries who have the potential to serve markets like India because of the smaller runs, volumes, multiple styles, we need to in order to size them up. That's where design and research is important, so that these factories can work with Indian designers, work with Bangladeshi designers also. There's also capable designers in Bangladesh now coming up, young boys and girls who are very capable and are in the world sort of context quite resourceful. So my suggestion, and again, and as I said, the long terms can be discussed, and we can all do it from our own platforms. But if possible, let us create a design and research, initiative and exchange of information. And I can put it from our association some resource to do this. And if CII can coordinate this from the India side, whether from the north, from the south, Tirupur, or from the region, I think that this is where the information is what will help us to understand what is the joint venture that is required, which will enhance and help both nations. So that's really from my side. Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Mr. Faisal Samad. Friends, I would like to tell you that India has got 4 textile research called South India Textile Research Association, North India Textile Research Association, Ahmedabad Textile Research Association, and Bombay Textile Research Association. It's called Atira, Bitira, Nitira, and Sitira. So, suggestions well taken. The Ministry of Textiles very recently have asked all these textile research associations to concentrate on the entire textile industry. So this would be a good idea. From my side, from the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, we work with CII, we'll work also with the Ministry of Textiles. I'll come back to you in what direction and how we can move forward on this. Thank you very much for the discussion among yourself. Now, this is a question and answer session. So I kindly request the participants, whoever has questions, you can introduce yourself and you can put the questions to the panelists, please. Does any of the attendees have any questions to the panelists, please?
Sir, I believe we do not have any questions from the audience. So I think we can wrap up the session if that's okay.
Yes. Friends, in fact, you all know the Ministry of Textiles and the Government of India has been doing a lot of initiatives. Particularly, we have the Apparel Skill Development Council, we have the Textile Sector Skill Council, which has been now been going on for the last 4 skill the labor. And friend, you all know, India has got the youngest spindlage capacity in the world, and I invite our Bangladesh friends to visit India. We have the regional associations like the Southern India Mills Association, Northern India Mills Association, the Tirupur Export Association, the Ludhiana Export Association. We will work with CI and we will also work with the Ministry of Textiles, and shortly we'll get back to you. You all will arrange a delegation for you all to come and visit. The large factories have come, where Mr. Abdul Matul Ahmed had mentioned, sir, today, in the last 3-4 years, factories which employs close to 20,000 people in apparel under one roof. So that is the concept of India, and the Indian Ministry of Textiles is working for the plug and play parks across India. So they have already announced few parks, which is going to come up very, very shortly. And yes, we are looking forward for ventures, and we have lot of synergies which both of us can exploit together, and including suggestions by on a joint brand is most welcome. We will suggestions, sir. We will forward all your suggestions to the Ministry of Textiles, and we can work closely. Friends, to conclude, Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Chairman of the Textile Export Promotion Council of India, had mentioned a lot of points which I have already mentioned on this, on the regional partnerships, synergies, concepts, and things like that. And Raja Shanmugam, President Tirupur Export Association, spoke about the best practices, synergies, and cooperations. And Mr. Faisal Samad, Senior Vice President of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association, spoke about the regional cooperations, the potential, and the globe, creating a joint global branch. And Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed, President of the Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, did speak about the synergy between India and Bangladesh, spoke about the ready-made garments, Bangladesh and India, and the full potentials has not been fully exploited, and various other things. So friends, it has been a very, very useful discussions. My distinguished panelists and audience, I thank you all for this thought-provoking session on building regional cooperation across Asia. It is indeed great to set your insights for this important topic of building regional cooperation. Takeaway has emerged in the sessions are Asia is well established as the largest hub for the textile and apparel industry, both for regional as well as international consumption. The restructuring and consolidation of the supply chain and emergence of FTAs will create further opportunities for regional collaboration. For us in the Indian subcontinent, this is a remarkable opportunity to enhance trade and investment. The government of India and the government of Bangladesh have an important role to improve the logistics to increase the speed of market. So, friends, I once again congratulate and thank the Confederation of Indian Industry, CI, for organizing such a wonderful conference. Thank you all.
Thank you to all panelists for joining us. I request all panelists and attendees to stay with us. We will be starting with a special session with Secretary Shri Ravi Kapoor, Ministry of Textiles, with a focus on growth of textiles and the apparel sector in India. On the panel, we will have Ms. Amita Sarkar, Deputy Director General CII, Mr. Dilip Gaur, Chairman CII National Committee on Textiles and Apparel, and Managing Director Grasim Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group, and Mr. Kulin Lalbhai, Co-Chairman CII National Committee on Textiles and Apparel and Executive Director Arvind Limited. We will be starting with the session shortly. Please stay with us.
I'm Vivek, the CEO of Sarai, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how our platform works. Sarai is a digital platform to help companies build trusted relationships and to help you build your business. We were founded by HSBC, a bank, which was set up to facilitate international trade. We're taking that to the next level. We're trying to simplify business relationships beyond banking. We're trying to simplify trade beyond banking. We're starting with the apparel industry. We went live at the start of 2020, and we have over 1,000 companies live on the platform. What does simplifying trade mean, and how are we going to help you build relationships? We're going to do so by helping you build and amplify your digital presence. We give you the flexibility to showcase yourself, and I'll show you a little bit about how that works in practice. We help you search, find, and connect with new credible partners. We do this with using the best technology that exists today. We can leverage data from multiple sources, and we can access solutions from all over the world. The three aspects to Sarai. The first is a platform that helps you build and amplify your digital presence. You can showcase your products, your technology, your sustainability efforts, your innovation, with the flexibility to highlight what makes you unique. The distinction with Sarai and multiple sourcing platforms that exist today, we put you in control. You own your profile, you decide what data gets shared there, you decide who sees it. The second is a platform that helps you search, find, and connect with credible counterparties. And again, you choose the criteria. You decide what matters to you, be it geography, be it product capabilities, be it sustainability credentials, and find partners who meet your criteria. Thirdly, Sarai gives you a platform where you can stay on top of your industry. Our worlds are changing so quickly. Sarai lets you be part of a community. We give you insights. We also give you tips about what you can do to showcase yourself more credibly and what you can do to find better partners. We're a platform that's live. We're also a young platform, and we're evolving with our users. We've started integrating solutions from the leading providers across the industry to help you showcase yourself more effectively, to help buyers and sellers change information in a safe, simple, and secure setting. So come join us, shape how the industry is working, shape your role in the industry, and how you're perceived by partners, how you're found by partners, and how you make connections. We look forward to having you also on. The CEO of Sarai, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how our platform works. Sarai is a digital platform to help companies build.
Amita, I'm here.
Yes, sir. Very, very warm welcome to you, sir, for CII's Texcon. And I know you had such a busy day, such a busy morning, and still you made it to this. This is, sir, our annual flagship program. And this is also now Asia's largest conference on tech.
Your sound has gone. Your sound has gone.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I'm getting unmuted. I'm getting muted. See the administration. Yeah. So, sir, what I was saying is that, you know, the entire industry, and we had so many conversations yesterday and today on a large range of topics, which included investment opportunities in the States, global outreach, brand building, market access, e-commerce, digitization, building regional cooperation for One Asia. And in all this, actually, the mood of the industry was really upbeat. And in some sense, it's a strange year that we have COVID, which struck and the industry suffered. But on the other hand, so many positives happened. And with your hands-on approach, such excellent policy initiatives that we feel the industry is really on the cusp of a transformation, sir. And thank you and the Honorable Minister so much for doing this and being so passionate about the growth of the industry. Without wasting much time, because we just have half an hour with you, we have very small observations from our two industry leaders before we hear your vision address for the industry, sir. May I request Dilip and Kulin to kindly make their points, and then we will go over to Secretary Textiles. Thank you, sir. And please
Dilipji, you
unmute
are on
yourself,
mute.
Dilip.
Dilipji, you are on mute.
Yeah, is that fine? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Amita, and good afternoon. And at the outset, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Sri Ravi Kapoor, Secretary Textile, on behalf of the entire CII National Committee and the entire Texcon team. It is indeed our privilege to have you for this special session, sir, where you will be sharing your vision and thought about the growth of the vital sector in India. I think Mr. Kapoor and his team at the Textile Ministry have been instrumental in unleashing a new growth vision and can-do spirit in the Indian textile industry. The industry is now throbbing with new energy and enthusiasm. Yesterday, Honorable Minister shared how the industry and the government have come together to surmount the PPE challenge and set an example for the world. A very classic material for the folklore which should excite the future fraternity of textile industry and give us confidence for achieving the greater goals. Mr. Kapoor has been instrumental in putting MMF and technical textile on the country's radar and has implemented some path-breaking policy initiatives to unleash growth in this sector. It is a well-acknowledged fact that India's share in the global trade is not in sync with our inherent potential. We are capable of doing much better. We are held back by certain factors, some internal, some external. I think I would just like to share them, and I'm sure the Secretary in his address will address how we want to handle those issues. The internal ones are relating to scale, fragmentation, high turnaround time due to geographical dispersion, ability to process large orders in the country, capability to limitations in some part of the value chain, like processing is a limitation for the man-made fiber, the structural cost issues which we have in the country which we need to resolve, and the external factors being our access to the market, particularly in the EU and US, perception of brand India, what it stands for, and our presence in the value-added exports and specialties, and the pace of innovation. I think the country now knows what has to be done, and we look forward to now your valuable insights, sir, to grow the India's textile and support sector. And I think the participants from your address will take the ideas and implement them on the ground to achieve the vision which you had set for the industry of $300 billion by 2025. We look forward to your valuable insights and thoughts, sir, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Dilip ji. Kulin, may I request for your observations?
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time. So, from Raviji's address, we all know how important the time is. The world is looking away from China, and we need to step up, as we discussed yesterday with the minister. And, Raviji leads from the front, and he also always insists on outcomes and execution orientation. So I think we are all looking forward to, as each one of the policy interventions that have come takes shape. I think the industry really needs to take advantage. And as Dilipji said, the mantra will be scale, diversification, and positioning brand India. And I think the unique new thing the industry has to work on now is going to be the PLI scheme, which in a sense addresses the first two, which is how do we achieve scale and how do we diversify. And I think it will be very important for us to ensure that that policy can be taken advantage of, that it succeeds. And the vision should be, why can't another 100 entrepreneurs come and create at scale industries? Because 5 to 10 large scale industries is not going to take India from 5% to 10%. So would love to hear sir's vision on this, because that is the core new layer that is going to come on the policy framework. I think RODTEP and ROSCTL have helped industry greatly. And I think now with PLI and as the structure comes out, it's a unique opportunity for all of us. So thank you, sir, for all the vision so far, and really looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Yeah. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest Secretary Textiles, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Thank you, Mr. Lalbhai, Amita, and friends from the industry. It's a pleasure to be here on this platform of Texcon 2020. As I said, 2020 to cancel ho gaya. We've cancelled 2020 from the calendar. But anyway, I think good initiative at the end of the year when the mood is good that we are having this Texcon. Broadly, some points have been raised. Let me, and I'm sure I missed, I was traveling yesterday, so I missed what Minister, I'm sure Minister must have given you a broad idea of what we are up to. So a couple of things quickly. We're coming out with the new textile policy. It's a very forward-looking policy, which we shall have a quick round of discussion with you all very soon. I think within the week, 10 days, we should have a discussion with you on this textile policy. It's all set. We want to go with the new textile policy, which lays the future of how India should move on the textile sector. On the nitty-gritty parts of it, let us look at textile like this. And you're all masters and you're all captains of the industry. But we need to really, as Kulin rightly says, with a 1%, one company as $1 billion or two companies at $1 billion industry, we will not be able to move in the scale. We will not move into area of scale. We need many more Kulin Lalbhais and many more Harish Ahujas in this country if we even think or dream of coming anywhere close to China. So that being the case, we are in the process of almost ready with the product, this focused product production linked incentive scheme, which we are calling as focused product incentive scheme. And we've shared the details. There are apprehensions about certain clauses on what it is. We will sit down, as I said, we will sit down with the guidelines and discuss with the industry once with the guidelines as to the guidelines also ready. So we'll discuss the guidelines so that the implementation becomes easier. But the whole idea is that it is time that we move away from very small fragmented industry into some big scale. So that would be an incentive to do that. But in order to do that, we are doing two facilitating changes in the policy. One is that the latest report from the International Cotton Advisory Committee, ICAC, says that by between 25 and 30, cotton's share would be limited to about 16% of the global market. 84%, it has projected 84% as textiles would come from the man-made fibers, blends and man-made fibers. So we first of all, we want India to be in sync with the global trend because we are completely out of sync there. I'm not saying that cotton is not important. Cotton is as important as that. We need to add to the cotton layer, we need to add a big layer of man-made fiber. And therefore, our endeavor has been to liberate the cotton, the man-made fiber segment in terms of supplies of raw materials. We've been able to succeed in certain areas. There are efforts to see that. And this is the message very clearly. We are not for or against any segment. We are very clearly saying that if India requires, if India has to grow in the MMF segment, then certainly India requires more augmentation in the capacity of production of PT. It is not that we are against anybody or for anybody. Similarly, the same with viscose. We cannot, same with acrylic, same with all the raw materials. We must have cheap, unless the industry has cheap access to raw materials. We have stunted the growth. We have really stunted the growth of these segments of this industry. We need to liberate that, and we are in that process. We are removing the problems of GST. I have repeatedly assured the industry it is in the last stage, but unfortunately, it would have happened on 24th of March. It was listed as part of the GST Council decision, but because of COVID, everything got derailed. But hopefully, we will get the GST inversion removed. We want and we urge upon the leaders and the captains of industry to augment the capacities of their raw material suppliers. You cannot have a small quantity and then restrict the entire entry of raw material into this country and control that. That's a very strong message we want to give. We have shown the path, and I'm sure we are pursuing the path of this corrective on the man-made sector. That's part one. Part two, again, in order to do this, we need scale. And we are again in a very advanced stage of encouraging some mega textile parks in this country. We are in a very advanced stage. To begin with, what we are saying is that the government in its wisdom told us, and it told all other department ministries, that we are building up some good infrastructure at the erstwhile DMIDC. This is now nicknamed the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. So DMIDC is a company, but the corridors are now multiple corridors. So that's why it's called, I think, Nick Dick, I think. So they said, why don't you, since we are creating infrastructure in these corridors, why can't we have the textile parks in these corridors itself? So we have tried to superimpose what is possible. We made it clear that there could be some organic areas and there is some inorganic areas. Where industry has grown in an organic fashion, we cannot shift the location of the industry to a mega park, and therefore we need to grow in that area itself. So we are planning some parks in that area where the organic industry has grown organically. And in the inorganic area, we are identifying some 3 parks where we'll build up a huge integrated textile parks in this country. We are looking forward to good investments in this sector. As I said, we are looking for greenfield investments. We are looking for augmenting the investments of the brownfield units. So 3 things combined. One is the man-made fiber segment has to be, it'll be free from all encumbrances in terms of supplies of raw materials. Number 2, we're putting up a production link scheme, which is again focused on man-made fiber and technical textiles. And in order to do that, we are saying we will build up these parks, which are now starting with about 5 parks, integrated parks, where quick turnaround is there, hassle-free from fiber to apparel and then to the ICD. Straight everything in one park, so that there is no loss, there is no transmission losses, no transportation costs, no encumbrances in the shipments. So that is that's the big ticket which we are looking at. Other than what we are saying, and this does not exclude the emphasis on ROSTCL and ROTCAP. We are saying that yes, we've done that, and as Kulin rightly says, it has helped the industry to a certain point, but I think too much resources were spent on too thinly. We need now to work on a very focused manner so that core competencies of the country can be developed in the textile sector. Another area, very big area, and I'm working quite, and I think Puneet is involved with us very closely on the technical textiles. We are looking and working on, and CII is also helping. So technical textiles is a big area of work. We need this body of work which needs to be really strengthened this country. $150 billion industry is waiting to be explored by India, where we have nothing, virtually nothing. So we are setting up one of the finest labs, one of the finest integrated labs for the textile as a starting point of giving a fillip to the technical textile. In Kakatiya, we are working on with the state government to set up the world-class integrated textile, all the labs, for which any testing you don't have to go anywhere in the world. There'll be state-of-art testing labs in Kakatiya, which we want to convert into as a technical textile hub. We already have a couple of investors there, and that's the way we want to build up these parks. So Young One has come, Welspun has gone. We'll put up a whole set of labs, integrated finest labs of the world will be there located in Kakatiya, and therefore we expect some movement of investment of technical textile in this Kakatiya itself. other than at least one more park which should be purely dedicated to technical textiles, and we need to build an ecosystem which we shall do. The National Textile Mission is already there. We are working very closely with the scientific institutions. We are almost ready with the, we need to, again, just as in man-made fiber, in terms of the PTAs and the viscose and the acrylics and the nylons, we need to have original patents in the hands of India for some basic raw material like glass fiber, aramids, nylon 66, or carbon fiber. We want to develop this, not that it is not developed outside, we do have it, but we want it to be in the hands of Indian players at zero cost. Patents will be provided at zero cost. And we are on a mission mode to see that in 36 months, all these materials are prepared and a common patents are put in a common basket, and anybody can take, all manufacturers can take this. So we want to make India a very strong base for raw materials for the technical textiles also, very strong. And that is the way, that again will be the starting point of the growth of this industry. Having said that, we do understand that we can't move unless we have very specialized manpower for this. So I am in talks with the Higher Education Ministry, and we want to see that for technical textiles and for man-made fiber segments, the specialized segments, we have good quality manpower. So we want to introduce good courses in the state-of-art universities and the institutions, technical institutions like engineering colleges, which we will sit down, and we have said, I'm making a point that the course content will not be decided by academicians. The course content should be decided by the industry in discussion with the academicians. So it's not an academic courses which it should be very practical manpower which comes out, which is the requirement, will be the need of the hour. So if we today want people in the aramid downstream industry, we don't have any. Or each individual has to train people, have to get people. There's a huge problem of that. So that is something, trained manpower is for human resource is something which we are very, very focused on. We need to move on to that. The next point, and which is very important, and I urge upon the captains of the industry in this area. We've just finished a study. 13,000 crores, about $2 billion worth machinery is being imported today. 75%, to be precise, is being imported today. And this is after running the tough scheme for 20 years. For 20 years, we said technology upgradation. We've imported trash and rubbish and third-rate machinery, second-hand machinery. And we've got, except maybe spinning, we've reached nowhere in terms of technology upgradation. We are in the bottom of the pyramid. We've just commissioned, Planning Commission had commissioned a study on the tough end, except spinning, where we are about 60% of the global level, 70% of the global levels in terms of technology. In every other field, we are less than the double digits. So it's another area where we require captains of industry to lead. We cannot have industry, textile, machine manufacturing in the hands of very small, medium MSME kind of people. We have it in the MSME kind, except maybe Lakshmi or 2-3 people. We need a robust textile machinery manufacturing industry in this country. We need to have joint ventures. And I am ready that part of the money of tough, instead of giving individually, I would rather have a Kulin Lalbhai or a Grasim or somebody, a Welspun, to come in and set a vertical up for machine manufacturing, where I will get capital investment subsidy to the manufacturer, provided you have the world-class joint venture with a world-class company which gives the 3.5 or 4.0 technology. Bring it into the country. And we will give you the capital investment subsidy to set up the plant. But only condition would be the joint venture partner would come in. He only will be selected as your partner when he is able to supply the machines at a particular rate to the Indian. You can set up, that will be the benchmark qualifying for criteria for selecting of the partners. and many of you would be partners to that. So you bring in the joint venture. So we've done a gap analysis. We found that about a couple of, maybe I think 136 or 40 machines are required. The technology gaps in the whole machine manufacturing. Bring in those manufacturers, have joint ventures with the Italian companies, with the Japanese companies, with the German companies. Set up this. We want to have exclusive. 2 of these parks, we want to have exclusive places for machine manufacturing. Unless we go to the next level, and we should not be chasers, we should be leaders in technology in terms of textile machinery manufacturing. Once we lead, you can become the hub for global supplies of machines. Forget about the Indian market. Everybody looks forward to these 4 countries. China, why China? Why can't we do it? Get the best cutting edge technology 4.20. Let us have the best automated, the best AI driven, IoT driven machines in the country, manufactured here, and make it available at a much cheaper price. So I don't have to dole money to individuals and under tough. I would rather dole it to the manufacturer to ensure that it is provided at a very cheap price to the Indian market. So that is the whole approach. So while Tuft and all is good, has been done a good job, but as I said, at the end of the day, the evaluation of Tuft, which has just completed last week, doesn't give very good results in terms of India moving up on the technology ladder in terms of the outcome of the Tuft. So I think that is another thing which we need to very clearly, and we are looking forward to this. We are looking forward to this major focus of Indian textile industry. I have had umpteen rounds of discussions with the textile machine manufacturers. They are still for example, I'll give you a very good example. For example, all fabric, and when I say man-made fiber, everybody says fabric to Hindustan mein banta nahi. अरे fabric क्यों नहीं बनता भाई? क्योंकि फैब्रिक इसलिए नहीं बनता है क्योंकि आपका 60-70% of your fabric is on power looms. If you suppose we have 25 lakh power looms in this country, a ballpark figure of changeover from power loom to shuttleless is 1:4. So we would require 6 lakh looms, shuttleless looms in this country to replace 25 lakh power looms. And look at the quality. You talk about 1200 RPM, 1200 RPM instead of 250, 300 RPM machines which are working right now. Output is good, quality is good. I would invest in anybody of you who can make shuttleless looms in this country and provide it at a cheap cost. I'll provide you the capex. Part of the capex will be met from here. You bring in the technology, let's make this. And let India replace the entire power loom sector by shuttleless. It should be a mission mode. In 3 years' time, the entire, and we make the world-class fabrics. World-class fabrics. Provide the machines at if today Chinese machine is at 25, 27, 30 lakhs, we should be able to provide it at 20, 25 lakhs. 10% lesser than the Chinese price. And get in time, you will have a huge market too. You have a huge market, replace market. I said 5-6 lakhs looms are required in India itself. And we can move that into other countries also. So I think that is a very big area of focus which ministry is looking forward, and we there is I think broadly, if you put all these initiatives put together, along with the fact that I have not been, I moved, and just as I moved, COVID came in. I'm a big votary of building Indian brands. I'm a big votary of building Indian brands globally. And unless we have brand, we will never capture value. And internationally, unfortunately, we don't have a single brand. We need to drive at least 2 to 3 brands globally and capture the value of the brand. And a government would support. Government would support, in every segment. For example, and when we are coming with the policy, for example, in the handloom sector, A Gucci or a Armani or a Versace makes a stole and sells it for $3,000. And the same stole is made by some weaver here in some small place. And a Sabyasachi will procure it for Versace. Can't we give a brand? Can we not make India as the hub of high value, high class handlooms? You know, they are handcrafted. We create a niche market globally, create an international brand which says only in India can you get this. Nowhere else can you get this handcrafted high value garments. Create that brand, create that buzz around that brand. Similarly for apparels, we need to have similarly for cotton, you know, organic cotton, branded good organic cotton can be created as if Egyptian brand can be done, if Egypt can brand cotton, why can't we do that? So we initiated one small brand in the cotton part of it, but then I think it needs a whole new scale where we need branding. I think combined with this and combined with your entrepreneurship, combined with the revival of the textile, I see all the reports and I see a good revival of the textile industry. I see for the first time orders are being given where moving away from China. We don't have the capacities to supply those orders. We cannot maintain the quality of that orders because you have multiple units located at 20 places which you can't have quality controls on that. So I think we need to build scale and do it quickly. We should not wait for 10 years, 20 years, no pilots. I think, as I keep saying, that India is only full of pilots. We only pilot it and then we dump it. We need to just move it. I think it's time to just move it, go ahead. And in 3 years or 4 years time, my vision is, if I was given 3 years, I would make India the biggest textile country in the world. You know, it just requires 3 years of dedicated, and you have to fight everybody. If Dilip Gaur is not happy with me, so be it. I mean, see, frankly, you have to look at the larger scale of India. I cannot protect. If any industry has not been able to successfully compete the globe after 10 years of protection, it's not proper for it to exist. For 20 years, you can't have protection for 20 years. The DIPT and the ministry is coming with a very interesting scheme called Production Linked Scheme. Production Linked Manufacturing, PMP, Production Manufacturing, whatever the name is. And by design, it is providing a protection for 5 years. It says, I will stop import, I will not allow imports, I will give you all kinds of incentives. You be ready to compete with the market in 5 years' time. And if you can't, then shut down and go away. So we need to have multiple players in the raw material suppliers. We need to liberate this whole choking of this industry. We need to grow, and everybody grows in the process. Everybody grows in the process, but you have to be globally competitive. You know, gone are the days of protection. I think we are very clear that if you give too much production, it breeds inefficiency. It breeds uncompetitiveness. It breeds complacency. So rather strong words coming from the secretary, but I think the message, I want this messaging to go. I'm very clear, this messaging must go. We have to live in a very competitive world, and if you have to compete, you have to compete with China. We cannot say that China is doing that. अरे भाई पेट्रोलियम वो लेता है, ग्लोब से खरीदता है, क्रूड वो खरीदता है, पीटीए वो भी बनाता है, पीटीए आप भी बनाते हो. Why are you then crying that I am not being able to, I need the protection from China? You also go to scale. Who is stopping you from going to scale? If they are taking the advantages of scale, you also go to scale, put the investment in that scale. You know, I can understand if China has a core competency in the raw material and then producing something cheap. If it is not, if the raw material is coming from outside and it has developed the core competency in producing the products, I think we should compete with them step by step. That's the way forward. We cannot. I mean, I think for far too long, and I'm sure a lot of people don't like me because I'm very blunt and very outspoken secretary. I don't mince words, and this is how I tell everybody. It's just not the industry. When I talk to my bosses across the highest levels, I talk in the same language. That if you have to grow, you have to take some hard decisions. You cannot be goody-goody with everybody, and you'll not be able to grow the industry, because we've seen the results. Last 5 years, you are now number 6 in exports from number 2. So if you don't take some drastic steps, industry will not grow. I think rather blunt, but message is very clear. I look forward to everybody's support in moving this. And it's all not for, I mean, I don't have industry. I don't run an industry. I have no interest in the industry. I have only interest in moving India forward. So let's be very clear that it's nothing for or against. We are very clear that as a nation, if we have to grow, we have to take some hard steps. And I've elucidated what the ministry is looking at and working at. Thank you very much for having me on the show.
Thank you, sir. That truly was a vision address. And you so rightly pointed out lots of issues on MMF, technical textile, brand building, handcrafted. Sir, I've often wondered why can't we expose our handcrafted right there in the Paris Fashion Week or the Milan Fashion Week? We have to go there. It's so beautiful. Our Chanderis, Banarasis, we're just sitting very, very small in all of this, sir. And I think, sir, with you there is the best chance for industry to move the needle. And we really hope and pray you are with us for a long time and this can happen. And may I now turn to Kulin for his closing remarks. And many, many thanks to you, sir, again for gracing Texcon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the address. And, you may call it blunt, but personally, it is always refreshing to hear, heart speak rather than, just something which is not, straight to the point. So I think with Raviji, we have all had the honor of working very closely with him. And what we saw in the address is a incredible clarity of thought. I think there is a lot of dynamism that has come into our ministry for the first time, where there is a very futuristic, clear set of priorities. And in addition to clear set of priorities, there is a clear holistic thinking, because change only happens when everything comes together. And Raviji is very right. I think changing systems is hard. Hopefully it doesn't take 3 years. And even if it does take 3 years, the industry is really looking forward to partnering with the ministry and walking in step. And we need to, I think, whilst there are very exciting things on the vision side, it's all about execution. And how do we convert a vision into execution will require incredibly good, close, and fruitful partnership between policy and entrepreneurs and managers. So I think we really are enjoying the fact that whilst there is always a strong point of view, I think everyone in the ministry is very open, and I completely echo what Raviji said. There are no agendas. The agenda has to be the progress of India. And we are looking forward to converting the new vision into execution and continuing to partner with Raviji, his team, the minister. And let's make this a reality, because now is the time. No pilots, just execution. So thank you, sir, for a very, very clear, laid out thought process, vision, and heart speak for everyone here in Texcon. It was very, very fruitful for everybody. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to the close of the session, ladies and gentlemen. While we continue with our other sessions, Sania, can you please announce the other sessions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, everyone. We will be taking a 15-minute break and then starting our last session for the day, which is on circularity to create a sustainable fashion and textiles industry. Please stay with us. We will be starting at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Sarai is a digital platform to help companies build trusted relationships and to help you build your business. We were founded by HSBC, a bank which was set up to facilitate international trade. We're taking that to the next level. We're trying to simplify business relationships beyond banking. We're trying to simplify trade beyond banking. We're starting with the apparel industry. We went live at the start of 2020, and we have over 1,000 companies live on the platform. What does simplifying trade mean? And how are we going to help you build relationships? We're going to do so by helping you build and amplify your digital presence. We give you the flexibility to showcase yourself, and I'll show you a little bit about how that works in practice. We help you search, find, and connect with new credible partners. We do this with using the best technology that exists today. We can leverage data from multiple sources, and we can access solutions from all over the world. There are three aspects to Sarai. The first is a platform that helps you build and amplify your digital presence. You can showcase your products, your technology, your sustainability efforts, your innovations, with the flexibility to highlight what makes you unique. The distinction with Sarai and multiple sourcing platforms that exist today is we put you in control. You own your profile, you decide what data gets shared there, you decide who sees it. The second is a platform that helps you search, find, and connect with credible counterparties. And again, you choose the criteria. You decide what matters to you, be it geography, be it product capabilities, be it sustainability credentials, and find partners who meet your criteria. Thirdly, Sarai gives you a platform where you can stay on top of your industry. Our worlds are changing so quickly. Sarai lets you be part of a community. We give you insights. We also give you tips about what you can do to showcase yourself more credibly and what you can do to find better partners. We're a platform that's live. We're also a young platform, and we're evolving with our users. We've started integrating solutions from the leading providers across the industry to help you showcase yourself more effectively, to help buyers and sellers exchange information in a safe, simple, and secure setting. So come join us, shape how the industry is working, shape your role in the industry, and how you're perceived by partners, how you're found by partners, and how you make connections. We look forward to having you on Sarai.
Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, an ISO 9001-2008 certified company, promoted by late Dr. Krishna Kumar Birla, with 4 manufacturing units in northern and western part of India. Being a leading producer of value-added yarns in India, along with being the largest producer of melange yarn in India. We have the largest product portfolios of spun dye, cotton blended, and cotton melange dye yarns. We have built a strong global clientele with presence across major developed and emerging economies, emerging as a one-stop specialized yarn solutions provider for some of the most reputed brands. The company stepped into the home textiles business in 2006 to respond to the growing demand for high-quality contemporary products across this segment. It holds a prominent position in the domestic market and has a strong export focus backed by superior design implementations resulting from the company's tie-up with European design studios and our research across trends and patterns related to the industry. Our product range comprises of furnishing fabrics and made-ups of jacquard and dobby weaves in both yarn dyed and piece dyed. Damanganga Home Textiles is the hallmark of superior quality products that undergo intense advanced testing for perfect quality each time. We have a most modern and state-of-the-art quality testing and development equipment managed by a team of qualified and experienced professionals. Our manufacturing units have received ISO accreditation for continuous 7 years. The ability of our company to continuously innovate on product offerings is an outcome of class-leading research done at our product development centers. EDC. These centers have machines from blow room to finishing for quick preparation of samples of new yarn varieties. A trained and certified staff, a key role in maintaining the production output.
Satellite is today a $350 million company. With a workforce of 15,000 people motivated at our plants, we are seeing excellent operational efficiencies and productivity. This apart, for us, our customers are of prime importance. To cater to their needs, we are continuously striving for product innovation and high quality service.
We are committed to keeping our operations easy on the planet and are in the process of reducing our environmental footprint by investing in eco-friendly and reliable technologies and practices.
Hi, I'm Vivek, the CEO of Sarai, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how our platform works. Sarai is a digital platform to help companies build trusted relationships and to help you build your business. We were founded by HSBC, a bank, which was set up to facilitate international trade. We're taking that to the next level. We're trying to simplify business relationships beyond banking. We're trying to simplify trade beyond banking. We're starting with the apparel industry. We went live at the start of 2020, and we have over 1,000 companies live on the platform. What does simplifying trade mean? And how are we going to help you build relationships? We're going to do so by helping you build and amplify your digital presence. We give you the flexibility to showcase yourself, and I'll show you a little bit about how that works in practice. We help you search, find, and connect with new credible partners. We do this with using the best technology that exists today. We can leverage data from multiple sources, and we can access solutions from all over the world. The three aspects to Sarai. The first is a platform that helps you build and amplify your digital presence. You can showcase your products, your technology, your sustainability efforts, your innovations, with the flexibility to highlight what makes you unique. The distinction with Sarai and multiple sourcing platforms that exist today is we put you in control. You own your profile, you decide what data gets shared there, you decide who sees it. The second is a platform that helps you search, find, and connect with credible counterparties. And again, you choose the criteria. You decide what matters to you, be it geography, be it product capabilities, be it sustainability credentials, and find partners who meet your criteria. Thirdly, Sarai gives you a platform where you can stay on top of your industry. Our worlds are changing so quickly. Sarai lets you be part of a community. We give you insights. We also give you tips about what you can do to showcase yourself more credibly and what you can do to find better partners. We're a platform that's live. We're also a young platform, and we're evolving with our users. We've started integrating solutions from the leading providers across the industry to help you showcase yourself more effectively, to help buyers and sellers exchange information in a safe, simple, and secure setting. So come join us, shape how the industry is working, shape your role in the industry, and how you're perceived by partners, how you're found by partners, and how you make connections. We look forward to having you on Sarai.
Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, an ISO 9001-2008 certified company, promoted by late Dr. Krishna Kumar Birla, with 4 manufacturing units in northern and western part of India, being a leading producer of value-added yarns in India, along with being the largest producer of melange yarn in India. We have the largest product portfolios of spun dye, cotton blended, and cotton melange dye yarns. We have built a strong global clientele with presence across major developed and emerging economies, emerging as a one-stop specialized yarn solutions provider for some of the most reputed brands. The company stepped into the home textiles business in 2006 to respond to the growing demand for high-quality contemporary products across this segment. It holds a prominent position in the domestic market and has a strong export focus backed by superior design implementations resulting from the company's tie-up with European design studios and our research across trends and patterns related to the industry. Our product range comprises of furnishing fabrics and made-ups of jacquard and dobby weaves in both yarn-dyed and piece-dyed. Ganga Home Textiles is the hallmark of superior quality products that undergo intense advanced testing for perfect quality each time. We have a most modern and state-of-the-art quality testing and development equipment managed by a team of qualified and experienced professionals. Our manufacturing units have received ISO accreditation for continuous 7 years. The ability of our company to continuously innovate on product offerings is an outcome of class-leading research done at our product development centers, PDC. These centers have machines from blow room to finishing for quick preparation of samples of new yarn varieties. A trained and certified staff, the key role in maintaining the production output.
Sunlight is today a $350 million company with a workforce of 15,000 people.
Thank you everyone for joining us, the panelists and the attendees. We will now be starting with the last session for Texcon 2020. The session is on circularity to create a sustainable fashion and textiles industry. The session will be moderated by Ms. Dorothy Lowell, Policy Analyst, Responsible Business Conduct, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Ms. Archana Datta is on the panel from Switch Asia, RPAC, Project Coordinator for India, UNEP. Mr. Ajay Sardana, Joint President and Head Corporate Affairs, Grasim Pulp and Fiber Business, Aditya Birla Group. Mr. S. Harishankar, Chairman, India ITME Society and Joint Managing Director, Lakshmi Kart Clothing Manufacturing Company Private Limited. Mr. Neelab Dalmia, Executive Director, GHCL Limited. Ms. Devyani Hari, Director, Program Center for Responsible Business. And Mr. Sarubindo Malhotra, Country Manager, Labs India. May I request Dorothy to kindly take forward the session? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sanya, and thank you to the CII for inviting me to moderate this session, which is we're really looking forward to. So first of all, I would like to welcome all of my distinguished panelists and thank them for their time and their expertise today. And I would like to welcome you all back after this short break, and thanks for joining us for this last session at the Texcon 2020. So just to explain the flow of this session a bit, we have 6 speakers with diverse perspectives. After a short introduction, I will pass to the speakers and we will hear their perspectives on this really interesting topic. While the presentations are going on, you as participants are very welcome to already start asking questions. There will be time for questions and answers later on in the session. To do that, as for all the previous sessions, please use the chat function or the Q&A. Sorry, is it? I think it's the Q&A function in the WebEx. So, okay. So first of all, yes, I'm Dorothy Lovell. I work within the Responsible Business Conduct Center at the OECD in Paris, and it's my great pleasure to be here today. Circularity is looking at the heart of the business model to tackle root causes of the global challenges we all face, including climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, but also not forgetting the inequality we face in this world, and also the need to create decent work and skilled work. It's of course interlinked with responsible business conduct. Business action is central to this endeavor, and the core principles of responsible business conduct, as are in the OECD guidance and multinational enterprise guidelines, are enablers of the circular economy. So principles such as transparency, taking a risk-based approach to risk and adverse impacts in the whole value chain, and of course, preventing before needing to mitigate and address. The focus on prevention is obviously key here in the circular economy. It's also essential for our goals to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, especially the Sustainable Development Goal 12 on consumption, sustainable consumption and production. So there are huge challenges, but there's a lot of work underway, particularly in India. Today, our distinguished panel will help us unpack a few different questions. So first of all, why is the circular economy important to the textile sector in India? What are key challenges that businesses and other stakeholders may face in introducing greater circularity? And what are the opportunities on the other side? And finally, we hope to look a little bit about the question of scale, which is a big issue. So how do you take individual company action and innovative development and actually scale this up to really make an impact for the sector? So without further ado, I'd like to pass to our first panelist. Our first panelist, Archana Dato from the UN Environment Programme. Archana will present to us some perspectives also touching on a recent report from UNEP, which is Sustainability and Circularity in the Textile Value Chain. Just before I pass to Archana, I just want to say, of course, I've asked all our panelists to keep their comments quite brief and to the point so that we do have time for questions. Also, just to remind you, if you are putting questions in the chat function, please also keep them very brief. It's quite hard to read big chunks of text, so please keep your questions to the point, and that will really help the discussion. Okay, thank you. I'll pass to Archana now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. And can I request the organizers to give me rights to share my presentation, please?
Dan, please, you may proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks. Go ahead.
And you can see my presentation as well?
Yes, we can see it, but not in slideshow view. Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dorothy, for inviting us in this very interesting panel. I hope you can see my slides now. Is it visible?
We can see them, but it's true, it's not in the slideshow view for some reason. Maybe try again.
Okay, because from my side, it is in slideshow mode. I don't know.
No problem. Maybe you can just do the zoom in at the bottom, and that will be enough. I think we will be able to see better.
Okay, because in my system it is showing in slideshow, so I don't know how to zoom in. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so let me start. I think I'll start. Thank you, Dorothy, for inviting us to this very interesting panel. And to answer your first question, I think we're already at a stage where we should be asking ourselves about how to transition to circularity rather than why circularity, because we all know how fashion industry operates, and it is the second most polluting industries globally. There are some, as per certain studies, it says that every second the equivalent of one garbage truck of textiles is landfilled or burned, which is a major contributor to GHG emissions, water consumption, water pollution, and this is increasing rapidly. At UNEP, we're working on sustainable consumption and production and sound chemical management and circularity in different sectors, including textile sector. And we aim to provide leadership and convene partners to develop knowledge and solutions to advance towards sustainable and circular textile value chain while supporting the sound management of chemicals, because that is also one big area of operation for us. In UNEP, we are for the interventions in textile space, we are following a value chain approach, which involves the knowledge of key hotspots, which are the most impactful products and substances across the life cycle stages and pathways, and what are the key impact categories and geographies. Also to generate holistic solution, both upstream and downstream, coordinate with all relevant actors and reach common goals. Moving on to the next slide. In this slide, I'm going to talk about the report. I'll briefly share the insights insights from the report that we've recently released, which provides an analysis of the environmental and socio-economic hotspots along the entire textile value chain. And it also looks at a range of associated impacts, as well as how different stages in the value chain are dominant in different impacts. The report also provides examples in many circular initiatives that are already being undertaken worldwide. To talk about the textile value chain, the way we have defined it in the report is that it comprises all the activities that provide or receive value from designing, making, distribution, retailing, and consuming a textile product, or providing the services that a textile product renders, including the extraction and supply of raw materials, as well as activities involving the textile after its useful service life has ended. In terms of the hotspots, I mean, we've segregated it across these life cycle stages. In fiber production stage, it's the cotton cultivation, which I'm not sure if you're able to see, because the slides you can't see in slideshow mode, but I'm sure the organizers are going to share these slides with you later, so you have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. So in the fiber production stage, what we've identified is that the cotton cultivation stage has the majority of the hotspot, which includes which are contributed through fertilizers, the usage of fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides, as well as land use, which is because of the biodiversity and habitat loss and high usage of water. In the production stage, the wet finishing process is the most impact producing stage, which is majorly because of the coal-based energy that is used for production process, as well as the usage of chemicals, which also cause water pollution in this stage. Also, consumption stage has also been highlighted as one of the key hotspots, majorly because of the washing and drying, which involves usage of electricity, usage of water, usage of detergent, and of course, very recently we've also seen the release of microfibers to the oceans. In the end of the life stage, the impacts, though the impacts are relatively low, but significant. There is a significant resource and economic loss, because it's only the 13% of the garments that are produced they are recycled, and there is a loss of potential to decrease the impacts across all stages. Moving on to the key needs and priority actions that we've identified in this report, these include a need for a stronger governance and policies. We need to incentivize a new innovative business model that increases the textile utilization and reduce consumption, for example, through fiscal policies, through sustainable public procurement and related regulations. also implement eco-design requirements and production standards at the level playing field and enable an inclusive and just transition. In terms of collaboration in finance, we've identified that we need to provide education and skills to support for a scaling of circular and sustainable business models and sustainable solutions and technologies. For example, it could be through a new or strengthened collaboration platform. Also leveraging funding from financial institutions and providing spaces for the government collaboration. So I think yesterday also when we were discussing amongst the panel, I think collaboration is one of the key areas which is currently missing and which we need a whole lot of efforts and emphasis on in order to transition to a truly circular economy. Last but not the least, I think we've also identified that we need a change in consumption habits in order to drive circularity in the sector, and changing consumer attitudes through campaigns, for example, use of social media influencers and UN ambassadors. We need to improve advertising and consumer information tools such as labels. We also need to build acceptance for product longevity, which is ultimately going to reduce consumption in the longer run and instill habits to reduce climate impacts of the garment care. In the end, I would like to say that I think it'll be fair to say that the importance of circularity in textile sector has already picked up globally as well as in India. And what is required is that it gets translated into actionable policy agenda, both at global as well as national and local level. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you. And I hope I was within the stipulated time frame.
Thank you, Archana. Thanks very much. And thanks for setting the scene quite so well, and particularly preempting a little bit our discussion later on about what are the key enabling factors for making circularity the norm and not just a new innovation. So thank you. With that, I think we will pass on to a panel, the next group of speakers. So we're having 3 different perspectives from industry. And I'd be very pleased to start with Mr. Ajay Sardana, who is joining us from Grasim Pulp and Fiber at Aditya Birla. This company is a leading global producer. I'm sure that it needs no introduction to all of you here, of viscose staple fiber. And I'm really excited to hear about some of the innovations and also the challenges that you faced in your work in bringing greater circularity to your product life cycle. Thank you. I'll pass to Ajay now.
Yeah, thanks, Dorothy. Thanks for the nice introduction. As Dorothy explained, we are one of the largest manufacturers of viscose globally, and circularity for us is very, very important because wherever we go with the brands now, the sustainability is the key thing, and there are a lot of rankings and recognition which brands are looking for releasing the orders. So there is a lot of opportunity for reuse of the cellulosic fibers, like we have come up with the recycled VSF using the old clothes made from cellulose. So similarly, there is a lot of potential and a lot of opportunities available. But currently the problem which we face is that the cost go up by this circularity, and many of the brands and many of the consumers are not ready to pay for that additional cost. So the concept is good. Industry is prepared to move in the direction, but it will take some time for these type of clothes and fabrics to get popularized, especially in the Asian countries like India, China, where cost becomes sometimes primary importance, and that is why people move for the cheaper garments available and not for going the sustainable things which are available in the market. So, but future is definitely there for the circularity fabrics and recycled, regenerated cellulosic fibers, with cotton becoming more and more limited with the increase in population. And in the previous session also, Secretary Textile was mentioning that cotton will be around 15% only going forward by 2025 of the total basket. So 85% will be man-made fibers, and out of that, we know these cellulosic viscose fibers are growing in double digit in last 1 decade, and it will keep on growing in double digit because of the demand for sustainable fibers from consumers and brands. So everything in this regard is ready. The awareness level, why circularity, how to move it, and all the pilot stage products are also being available at the leading brands, Zara and this MNS. But what main problem their brands are also facing and the manufacturers are also facing is the pricing part. Nobody is ready to pay 50% higher price for being recycled or sustainable. But as the volumes will grow, the cost will also come down, because currently we are making a very limited quantity, so the costs are high. That's the thing. And collaborative effort, as Archana was earlier also mentioning, that collaboration in this will be the key. How can I reduce my cost and pass on the benefits to the next level spinner, weaver, processor, and finally we can reach to the consumer with the reasonable product and at a decent price, so that it catches his attention and cut the middle cost by this online shopping or various other means. And then other problem in this circularity and this organic thing is the credibility. A lot of fake products are available in the market with these labels. So some regulations or some standards are required to see that whether this is a genuine product or is just carrying the tag. Because recently I was reading an article that almost 20-30% of these organic and sustainable products available in the market are carrying false certifications, or they are not up to the mark if tested. So the blockchain technology, end-to-end inscription from where it has come. So there also a lot of research has been done, and we have come up with a platform where we can see from which tree finally the garment is made, with the barcode and the encrypted barcode technology. So similar things needs to be done at all the retail levels. Currently, it is with only the leading brands, 2-3 it is available. But going forward, as industry moves towards 4.0, these things will have more visibility, and people will get genuine, sustainable, recycled products. So we are totally committed towards that, and we have plans, big plans to move towards more sustainable products in our basket. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajay. You brought up a number of really interesting points, not least that we can't look at circular economy without looking at the fundamental business model. And that includes the way prices are determined, and also the need to consider different types of financing, at least for the startup of this, because as you say, hopefully as the demand grows, the per unit cost would go down. But yes, I think we can come back to some of these points later. So now I'll pass to Mr. Hari Shankar, who's joining us from Lakshmi, a producer of machinery for the textile sector, and I'm really looking forward to your perspectives, particularly how you see the trends and the role of machinery producers in really enabling as well these innovations. Thank you. Hari Shankar, I think you're on mute. Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorothy, for your very kind introduction. So good afternoon to fellow panelists, colleagues from the industry, and all the attendees to this afternoon session. It's my pleasure to be a part of WebEx, the CII 2020. So first of all, let me start by saying the textile industry is the second largest sector of the global trade market, which is estimated to reach over 1,200 billion US dollars by 2024. However, being a lucrative market on one end, the industry is like a double-edged sword, which requires a high level of monitoring and adaptation to proper guidelines to reduce side effects on the environment. The goal of sustainable textiles is to create flourishing ecosystems and communities through its activity. This includes increasing the value of local production and products, prolonging the life cycle of materials, increasing the value of timeless designs, reducing the amount of waste, and to reduce the harm to the environment created from a result of mass production and consumption. Another of the aims can sometimes be seen to educate people to practice environmentally friendly consumption by promoting sustainability. Today, the key topics everywhere are innovation, sustainability, and smart manufacturing. The same applies to textile machinery, and this can only help us in going green. Today, in the year 2020, amidst this current crisis, which is the global pandemic, shoppers and shopping turns towards sustainable fashion too. And so we've seen a lot of trends pioneered by millennials of today who read up and research almost every small detail prior to making that click on their mouse, shopping on their phones, smartphones, on their iPads, or whatever. Sustainability is very much such a priority in their decision making. This has, for example, also seen the increase in use of recycled or regenerated fibers to a very large extent, more so in recent times. Likewise, textile machinery and accessories manufacturers have a part to play towards sustainability with continuous product and process innovation through automation, improved utilization, and the ability for equipment to be able to process different materials. Digitization has led to instant and reliable data on hand. It also allows for a smart factory to be managed remotely. Ultimately, all of this leads to optimum usage and saving in raw material costs, raw materials, and to manufacture value-added products and the ability to reduce power consumption, which is monumental in the textile sector. Even in the field of textile processing industry, there is now a lot of sustainable technology available to tackle problems caused by pollution by the way of effluent discharge and also the massive water consumption. To showcase recent trends in textile engineering industry, India ITMI Society is responsible for the organization of the ITME International Machinery Exhibition once every 4 years. In fact, the Indian textile engineering industry is giving great attention to the topic of sustainability. Recently, the ITME Society, along with all machinery associations, came together to participate in a joint study, along with the Textile Export Promotion Council, to not only study the impact of COVID and to find areas for improvement in production quality and general policy making going forward, but a key point that emerged is sustainability. So everything that we're discussing today is very much part of the plans going forward. I'm also pleased to announce that India ITMI Society is organizing a virtual technical seminar on this very subject tomorrow, December 3rd, where leaders on the subject of sustainability are coming together for various technical presentations and discussions and to interact with industry members. It is my pleasure to invite you all to log in and join into the virtual technical conference. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Hari. And maybe so to enable everyone to find out about that, you could perhaps put the information about the event in the Q&A box, and then everyone can see. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your summary of the different trends, the important role of millennials and the the hope that we all have that indeed we are seeing a trend that's going to grow towards demand for more responsible, sustainable production. And the role of machinery manufacturers to really come together and share best practices and actually accelerate the development to really service this need. So with that, I'd like to pass to Mr. Neelab Dalmia, who is from GHCL Limited, a company that works both on the textiles and chemicals front, and a huge exporter of home textiles. So I'm really interested to hear from you, Neelab, on some of the innovations that you've introduced to your production and also the challenges. I'll pass to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. You can hear me?
Yes.
So good afternoon, members, delegates, fellow panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure today to be speaking at the CII Texcon event on the success to create a sustainable fashion and textile industry. As the topic suggests, I will focus on GHCL's textile business that is on creating environmentally sustainable manufacturing and developing innovative and environment-friendly products, which overall delivers added value to the customer and the society as a whole. In textiles, GHCL is a fully integrated manufacturer of home textiles. That is, we buy fibers. The rest of the process of spinning, weaving, processing, printing, finishing is done in-house, and the final product, specifically bed linens, is exported worldwide. As a business philosophy, GHCL promotes inclusive growth for all its stakeholders, that is, customers, shareholders, employees, vendors, and society at large. And the focus is to emerge as a sustainable business organization. GHCL has 4 strategic pillars: sustainability, traceability, innovation, and giving back to society. And all the activities in the company focus on these 4 major pillars. Textile is a very power-hungry industry, and hence using clean and green power will be very crucial for the industry's future in being cost competitive and to also significantly bringing down the greenhouse gas emissions. Today, GHCL Textiles gets about 40% of its power requirement from green energy. That is about 27 megawatt from the wind power and about 2 megawatt from solar power. We are already looking at further expanding our green energy portfolio over the coming years. On the fiber side, I have seen the demand for more sustainable fibers gaining pace very quickly. Hence, future of textiles will be more sustainable circular fiber that either use least resources to grow for natural fibers, and for man-made fibers, the one that consume the least resources to manufacture and are easily recyclable and compostable. Our innovative new product solutions further enhances GHCL's sustainability and traceability pillars. One of our major examples is our Recoup sheet set, which is made out of 60% cotton and 40% recycled post-consumer PET bottle polyester. Using the recycled post-consumer PET bottle polyester instead of the virgin fiber results in significant saving on landfill space, crude oil consumption, and CO2 emissions. Just for an example, if we just take 1,000 sets of this, then there is about 7.4 cubic yards of reduction in landfill space, 9 barrels of crude oil consumption saving, and about 6.5 metric ton of CO2 emission reductions. Additionally, the recycled PET fibers are forensically traceable in the final product via DNA trackers that are injected in the fiber during the manufacturing extrusion process. There are still a lot of challenges on creating a circular economy in textiles. 2 of the key challenges are the acceptance of additional cost related to the sustainable product and the recollection of the used product after the end of its life cycle. The only way to work around this is by a collaboration between the manufacturing companies and the leading brands and the retailers. More the production of sustainable products, the cheaper it will get. The whole value chain needs to be aligned on the objective of providing circular and sustainable products, including the recollection of used products. In addition, each and every company needs to work on reducing their own carbon emissions by investing into newer technology for increased efficiency, green power, and also educate their own vendors to do so. We at GHCL have already taken a target to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 20% in the next 3 years. In the long run, we would like to be carbon neutral, or rather carbon negative. But with the current pandemic, it's even more challenging, especially when cost is key for remaining competitive or surviving for each and every company in the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neelab, for that. And from your intervention, I've taken away a few points. Of course, the importance of looking at energy, which is a question that goes beyond, above and beyond just this particular sector. So that kind of raises questions about how we think about the energy inputs and who needs to be connected with. So not just within the sector, but within other sectors. And different ministries, of course. When we're talking about policy, we can maybe get to this also later. I also liked your practical thoughts about how to actually make this work, and and you'll mention that the need to educate vendors as well. So it's true, businesses really need to take a whole supply chain approach and really help to build capacity, and that means obviously working with your suppliers. So thanks. So that concludes the section where we're hearing from business. And I think now we move over to a couple of different organizations that are working on policy, good policy for sustainability. And to begin with, I'll introduce Devyani Hari, who's joining us from the Center for Responsible Business. So Devyani, we're really looking forward to hearing your perspectives, particularly on we've heard a lot of these challenges. What do you think really can help address these challenges and scale up these circular textiles? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dorothy. Thank you to CII for this opportunity, because it is a very important conversation, and I think we can no longer ask that why do we need to move on to circularity. I think the conversation has to be on how do we move on to circularity. I think the business case is established, the global discourse is there, and Mr. Sardana referred to it that each brand is looking for sustainability. I think it is high time that we decide for ourselves that what does circularity mean in the Indian context, right? So it is very important for, as a starting point for us to contextualize it, because as production economy and as a strong consumer economy, our imperatives are quite different. And I think it's important to understand what circularity means for us. Some of the work, we at Center for Responsible Business, we are a think tank, and circular economy is very close to our hearts. And we've been working the last year or so on a policy innovation lab, with partners, Fashion for Good and Circular Apparel Innovation Factory. And it really is that if we are looking at this transition towards circularity, what is the role that policy can play? And when we look at policy conversations, we are saying that there are two things that are very important. One, how do we make the policy speak to what is the industry asking for, or what are the innovations happening on the ground? So an interface between the industry and the policy. And also policy is important at various levels. So I'm not just talking about national, central level policy, but at each state level, local level, who are the relevant players and what are the relevant policies that need to be looked at. So we've been talking, we've gone to 4 clusters across the country, different learnings, different imperatives. But I think before we start that, there is a very important thing that what does circularity mean also? It started, I think, with a very narrow definition with it's about recycling, but truly not. And I think Mr. Hari also touched upon different aspects of the fashion industry. So what we did, as part of this project also is we tried to introduce a framework to look at a common definition that circularity really starts at the design stage itself. When you're conceiving the product is when you need to start thinking about its circularity, that what are the materials that go in, how much energy consumption, what is the water footprint going to be, chemicals, and what do you do with end of life, So I think this common definition, this common understanding is very important. It's beginning to emerge, but there is a lot more that needs to be done on capacity building amongst the industry, amongst the consumers. It has come again amongst policymakers. So that is something that we've been slowly working on. What are the policy imperatives? Policy needs to, some of the things that we have heard that would really help is an industry-led standard, which is uniform, which is common, which also creates a level playing field, which came up in the conversations earlier. It also helps in more collaborative action because you really can't, and I think this has come up enough to say that if only brands are looking at it or if suppliers are looking at it, but other value chain actors are not part of the conversation, then you are not making much headway out of it. So collaboration is one, of course, on sharing costs and benefits, but it is also that circularity is, a whole systemic approach. It's a life cycle approach. Where in the value chain do you also make the intervention for circularity? I think that is very important to understand because an action caught too late is much more expensive, to undo than an earlier point in the value chain. So that's something that we've looked at. And there are, of course, from materials point of view, from chemicals point of view, there is talk that can policy play a simple role of capacity building or listing and saying that certain chemicals are not going to be used. Greener chemicals are being made available, more awareness about them, more capacity building, more incentives for using greener chemicals. It is also with labeling, which has come about, are the consumers aware that what is going into the product and how do they use it? And there's also talk about reusing, recycling, but there is also the element of reverse logistics then. How do you collect back everything, So there are different aspects of the ecosystem that you need to look at. Do you have the reverse logistics in place? Do you have enough of your vendors on board who can actually meet your sustainable demand? Do you have...
Devyani, I think you froze, but maybe if you've switched your camera off, maybe you can hear us now. If not a problem, we can pass to the next speaker. But I mean, I already took a lot from your intervention now, and I think the question really about looking at the bigger picture, needing an industry standard and thinking through all the, even down to the logistics, which is a really key enabling issue or disabling issue if it's not addressed. So, okay, so we'll pass now to the final speaker for this first section, to Sarabindo Malhotra, who's working at IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative. So please, Sarabindo, please take the floor.
Thanks, Dorothy. Greetings to the fellow panelists and all the attendees. With great interest, I heard all my fellow panelists speaking about the cost, the collaboration, the recycle, the alternate material, energy efficiencies. We know all the challenges, right? We are working on solutions, right? But then why we are not there where we should be? I remember in 2000, if we rewind, I was doing job as a trainee in a store in Sweden, working for a fast fashion company and collecting a survey data if ethical sourcing is needed or not. Fast forward to 2020, mightily glad we are talking about circularity and innovation, right? So we must compliment each other first for the work that has been done by various stakeholders, whether it's companies, whether it's governments, brands, and other stakeholders in covering the journey where we are. I'll speak more about how from IDH lens we can address some of the challenges that we have seen and we have scaled up. So let's start from a simple one where we talk about the cost. So I'm wearing a pullover today, which is a recycled pullover. It has been bought in a car boot sale in UK. It was bought 11 years back. I paid £7 for it. I spent a little pennies on getting it dry clean. Good quality, lasting fashion, simple fashion, a single color. I'm wearing it even after 11 years. The cost of this pullover at that point of time probably was £40. It retails now, this brand, premium brand, retails now for almost £130 now. But still, it's recycled, and in fashion, we have not reprocessed it in any manner. That addresses a certain extent to the cost. Devyani mentioned that, and all others panelists mentioned about the cost of the raw material, the cost of intervention. How do we get the quality material? How do we get the quality fibers that that doesn't increase the cost? IDH has a wonderful example of Better Cotton initiative that we started globally. More than 70 brands, including the biggest of the brands, even the most luxury brands, are part of sourcing the better cotton. And why the cost has been reduced is because it's available at a penny below the cost of the regular cotton. How did we manage that? That was managed purely because on the economies of scale, we managed it, we gained acceptance. There was a large scale adoption. The fully integrated standards were made for adoption, right? So that also helped because we had uniform standards that the brands agreed for adoption. They agreed on the certification and everybody agreed on the certification of that. And there was a trust primarily when everybody was put on in a common room for 24 hours. We didn't come out with an agreement. It took time for us to gain that trust to where we are, where BCI is the largest selling cotton in the world today, used by the companies. So that's one good example of cost and collaboration. I gave you one general example for recycle. Recycle is not definitely, it has to be a multi-pronged approach where we also look at the social justice considerations when we are talking about the circularity, right? The conversation wouldn't be complete if we don't talk about we talk only about recycling or remanufacturing using PET. It won't be complete, especially in context of India, if we don't talk about the rental, repair, and resale of it. And the number of people who get covered, we get better income, whether we pick up a plastic, make a PET, and from that PET we derive a fiber and we use that in a fiber. So that's an ideal scenario. Right, so those are the economies of scale that we need to look at. Now, coming back to some of, I'll take another quick minute. Coming out to some of the barriers that have been seen by us during the collaboration. These projects, generally from our BCI example, we have seen that they take time and management effort before they generate value. The companies generally prefer to have simpler, faster initiatives, even if they carry little value and cannot be sustained. Not always the case. The other part is, one of the barriers is it needs greater level of supplier collaboration. As Hari also highlighted, as Ajay also mentioned, there has to be a greater collaborations with the supplier. Right? The economies cannot be sustained purely by the suppliers on this. So there has to be a greater design for supplier collaboration programs and build competencies for them. And one aspect which is missing in this is the workers who could create significant value, and we could work more inclusively with the workers for ensuring this, that it gets adapted at a scale. The last part I want to bring before I close is the consumer part. So with all the information on the garment, with the label, with the data for GHG emitted, if we go out to a store, we see a lot of awareness being created on the social media about a new range coming out from a fast fashion brand. If we go out at the store, it's in one corner where it's not visible and cost becomes prohibitive to buy it, and it stays there. And finally, when the Black Friday comes, it goes up on sale and it's lapped up. So am I a barrier myself as a consumer if I introspect for not lapping it up? So I leave you with some of those thoughts before we come down to some of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarabindo. I think you might win the award for the most sustainable outfit on the panel today then. And it was interesting because I was reading just before the panel that, given that part of circular economy is about designing products to be used for longer, since apparently doubling the lifetime if you double the lifetime of the garment, you can reduce the impact by 49%. So I'm wondering, after 11 years, whether you're much down at maybe 5% or something. Anyway, great. Thanks for sharing that. Your last point made me think a little bit about also bringing back the full circle on policy. And while I'm talking, please do start putting your questions in the chat function. We have one question already, but I'm going to also take the liberty as moderator to pose a question. So what we're seeing, particularly in key markets for Indian exporters, particularly in the EU, we're seeing an increase in policy that not only is focusing at due diligence. I'm sure you're aware there's a due diligence law being developed at the moment within the EU, but also increasing policy on circular economy, and not least the Green Deal at the EU level, but also France, which last year introduced an anti-waste law which bans the destruction of non-food goods. And you can imagine the idea of that law is to have a knock-on effect back to the industry to really think about overproduction. I think that's the intention, at least. So I think a question for the panelists too is, to what extent you see the emergence of these kinds of policies will have an impact on the Indian sector, as particularly the exporting sector, and whether you could see a similar policy being introduced within India. So that's one question from me. A question from someone in the chat is about energy. So what is the status of energy audits done in Indian textile and apparel industry as compared to other parts of the world? So I don't know if anyone's able to ask that question. I don't know whether it's around the audit of the use or the makeup of different energy sources or efficiency, but maybe you can talk to whichever is your experience. So maybe we'll start with those two questions. I don't know if anyone on the panel would like to jump in. Please just unmute yourself.
Dorothy, this is Devyani.
Hi, Devyani, please. Thank you.
Yes, hi. Sorry, I got dropped off while I was speaking, so I just joined back in. So to your question on policy, absolutely. There are one of the things that we constantly heard, that there is really no ban. There's a very simple thing that you could perhaps put a ban on landfilling your textile waste. And the minute you have such a policy push, then because there are a lot of business models which are emerging around working with waste, both pre-consumption and post-consumption, and either upcycling or recycling those products. So the business models are beginning to emerge, right? But they are startups. They will also get a boost because today there's really no data of how much raw material would be available to them, what is the impact that they're making. But a simple policy, because if 85% of our waste is going to the landfill, you imagine the volumes that we are looking at, right? So it can definitely help. And I think there is also acceptance amongst the industry that if extended producer responsibilities look like, take back at the garments, there are some brands which do encourage the consumers to bring it back, but then it does have to go with the ecosystem enablers, because do you have the reverse logistics, right? At the end of the day, I think collaborations also are that who is best placed to deliver on a solution. Are we making the brands and suppliers completely responsible for delivering on circularity? Of course, we are not going to be able to do that, right? So how do you create the collection mechanisms? How do you create supporting financing products? How do you create awareness amongst consumers to achieve the scales that will make it possible? So policy will definitely have a role to play, but at the same time, we have to look at the ecosystem development, because if all these pieces do not move at the same time, you tend to lose momentum. If you create awareness, you create sustainable enterprises, but the consumer is not willing to pay for it, then Black Fridays is what we are really going to end up with. So yes, the policy, and I think the other thing that's
I think we
lost, which are long-term investments for the industry.
Sorry, Devyani, we lost you for a
Can you hear
minute
me?
there. Yeah, now we can hear you again. Please finish your point.
Yeah. So yeah, the other thing is the need for stable policies also. Because these are long-term investments that we are asking the industry to make, and in the absence of stable policy, it is extremely high risk for them to commit to these investments and changes then. And buyers and suppliers also need to collaborate on how are you sharing the benefits, because I think at the moment there is perhaps not equitable sharing of benefits that accrue from circular or sustainable practices, and that is going to be a big barrier. So I think it's time to look at those conversations as well.
Okay, thank you, Devyani. Did any of the other panelists want to address this question too, or the energy question?
Allow me to do that. Let's again go back in the rewind mode. Year 2002 in India and Bangladesh, textile mills being visited, again the same brand, doing R&D to see what are the low-hanging fruits in the energy sector, where energy efficiency gives the mill an advantage of saving some costs, and at the end of the day, a little discounts and money that can be made by the mill, as well as the benefit goes down into the sustainability report of the company. Yes, the energy efficiencies has been looked since the year 2000, 2002, probably, or maybe earlier as well in India for sure. I know this supplier who started working on it is right now the biggest exporter of apparel and textile in India. But to what extent? Is it only restricted to the export sector, or is it also extended to leading companies like Arvind or Aditya Birla, which I'm very sure have done a great job in bringing these aspects in India as well, being part of Better Cotton initiatives. I'm sure my fellow panelists from Aditya Birla could shed more light on these aspects.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for posing that question. So yeah, let's turn to the industry representatives on the panel. So let's hear about this question that Sarabindu just posed about how do we go between kind of individual company efforts and really bring the whole sector along, both the vendors, we've heard much about needing to involve suppliers, but also your competitors, I guess, in another world, your competitors, how do we get everyone on board? And maybe while you're thinking about your answers to these questions, also, I'd like to come back to this cost question. We heard from panelists earlier that one of the key challenges is actually hearing that there is enough demand for circular textiles that's actually coming through in a kind of increased whether buyers are willing to pay a premium on that, and the answer is clearly not necessarily. And so what other solutions can we find? What other experiences have you had with maybe startup funding that can really support the development, hoping that we can bring the cost to a similar level later on? So 2 questions there. Ajay, would you like to answer the point about how to scale up?
Hello.
Hello.
I can just talk a little bit on that.
Okay, thank you.
See, I think the scaling up has to actually come from the final retailer or the brand or the consumer. Once the demand side comes from there, it will be much easier to scale up than a company which is like Grasim or someone manufacturing a fiber to push that product overall. There has to be that's why in my talk I specifically said there has to be a proper collaboration between the final customer, consumer, and the manufacturing setup behind. And that is the only way you can increase the volume and get the cost down to a sustainable level.
Great, and we've seen to this point about collaboration, we've seen important developments this year with a call to action that has come from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which really has engaged with different stakeholders, including obviously business, to really get everyone to a common understanding of what circular economy looks like. And we can see, that this should ideally help grow commitment, and manufacturers should hopefully start seeing that come through in terms of orders and such. Okay, great. And we have, let me see if there are any more questions. Here we have another question. So Indian textile and apparel exports are mostly to the US and Europe. Okay, this is quite relevant to what we've just been discussing. So to what extent are those customers willing to pay for circular garments? Also a question related to that about the investment. What's the role of investment really in helping, I guess, support this? So that brings us back to the other forms of cost. So initially, we may be struggling to find consumers willing to pay more, but I think it's part of an ongoing movement. And what other types of financing is needed, even if it's not currently available? Anyone want to answer that question?
Hi, Dorothy.
Hi, Harry.
Yeah, so I think today, I think back to that question, I think today a lot more of the customer base, whether they're in the US, Europe, UK, wherever, I think they're more aware today than ever before. I think they're researching more, especially millennials, young people, they really want to know where the shopping comes from, the origins of the product. We go way beyond just textiles and apparels, but in just about every field of purchase. So I think whether they're really going to pay for it, I think they eventually will, but I think there's a lot more research now. I think part of the buying process is actually learning more about the product, and that's a starting point. I think the future is nothing but bright. And I just have one more point on the policymakers and that whole bit, because for a long time in India, at least, we saw a lot of machinery and equipment, secondhand machinery, which is redundant in many other markets, being dumped into the country. And so I don't really think that's very environmentally friendly, but we're seeing less of that in recent times, so maybe we're making progress there.
I would like to make a brief comment here. It's a very genuine. It's a very genuine question. That's where everything stops. Who invests and how much you get investment? Is it the companies who invest? Is it the incubation support that is needed? Who provides the incubation support? And that's where you see it's not only the role of foundations like Ellen MacArthur or Louds Foundation. It becomes the role of all organizations who are part of the ecosystem. So first, there is a need for engagement. There is a need for alignment. There is a need for innovation. Then there is a need for investment for scaling. And then comes the education part of it. So the initial funding, let's say IDH says, okay, let me put the seed funding 1 in 4, and we are doing a pilot for plastics, and we test and scale the new pilot and the designs. Then somebody comes back and says, okay, let's engage the stakeholders across the value chain. Ellen MacArthur or foundations come in here. And then we say, let's collaborate with the policymakers and industry. And that's what happens, where somebody provides the incubation support and the infrastructure for doing it, and they provide the policy support. Then comes the value system recovery and the new designs. And then the brands who unlock the capital besides the policy alignment. And then we replicate to create the critical mass. So that's one cycle where we need not only the infrastructure and incubation, we also need partnership facilitation, capacity development, professional services, government connect, investor connect, and locking capital, right? And these have to happen in a very structured manner, where we have a pool of funds, ongoing funds, self-sustaining funds, where we can reach a level where it no longer depends on the economies of scale of the money provided by the brands alone. And that's one of our learnings from the better cotton.
Thank you, Saravindo. And I mean, we're running almost to time now. So I just want to come back to our first speaker, perhaps to give the last word, since Archana hasn't yet spoken within this Q&A session. And then I'll just wrap up with a couple of summary points and pass back to CII. Thanks, Archana.
Thanks, Dorothy. In fact, I wanted to make an intervention on the last point which Hari and our other panelists from IDH have mentioned. I think one thing which we missed in this conversation is the consumer perspective. And to shed some light on that, Mahindra Group of companies, earlier this year, they did this survey on consumer behavior and what is especially in terms of the sustainable lifestyle. If the Indian consumers are ready to make changes in their lifestyle and make it more sustainable, and in that survey, one thing which they came out with was that as much as 83% of Indians they described themselves as interested in making lifestyle changes. But the biggest challenge that they face right now is the availability of alternatives that are sustainable, viable, as well as affordable. So I think it brings us to the discussion around cost as to who's going to bear the cost if consumer is still looking for alternatives which are sustainable, but at the same time they're affordable as well. So I think we need to delve deeper into that aspect and that perspective as well.
Yes, thanks so much for that. And I think I'm inclined to agree with you, not having read this particular piece of research, but I think it's a big ask to ask consumers to increase their spend unless it was overall, it was repackaged as buy less, but for greater durability. And that's part of the education piece. But certainly it pushes back to the industry and policymakers to actually enable this to happen, so make these choices easier for consumers. So we're all part of this picture for sure. So thank you. I think we'll just sum up the panel there. Thanks very much to all of our panelists. I took a lot away from this panel. I can see there's some excellent examples within the Indian manufacturing sector, and there are strong questions about how the financing needed and the collaborative structures needed, including different parts of the supply chain, to an inclusive scaling up of this. And then not to forget, obviously, the role of consumers, and obviously, as Archana just pointed out, not to put the burden on consumers, but to bring them along in this journey and to really listen to them and respond to those needs. Finally, we always said the OECD government has a key role to play to create an enabling environment for this. And governments have, after all, signed up to the Paris Accord, to the SDGs. It's in ultimate interest to bring the industry along with us towards a more sustainable and circular textile sector in India. So with that, I'll close. Thanks again to all of our panelists. Thanks for giving up your time this afternoon to join us and bring your expertise. And thank you also to all of you who have followed us in this discussion and for your questions. We hope that this has given you food for thought, and we hope to revisit this topic again with maybe a bit more of an advance and more of a deep dive into certain challenges at future Texcon. With that, I'll pass back to Sonia Bisht from the CII. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you all the panelists and the attendees for joining us today. With this, we come to the end of Texcon 2020. Thank you for joining us this year, and hope to see you all next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.